Section 52 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 4, Tertium Quid, continued. Is it settled so far? Settled or disturbed, console yourselves. 'Tis like an instance now. You've seen the puppets of Place Navona play. Punch and his mate, how threats pass, blows are dealt, and a crisis comes. The crowd or claps or hiss accordingly, as disposed for man or wife, when down the actors duck a while, perdu, donning what novel rag and feather trim best suits the next adventure, new effect. And by the time the mob is on the move, with something like a judgment pro and con, there's a whistle, up again the actors pop in t'other tatter with fresh tinsel staves, to re-engage in one last worst fight more shall show. What you thought tragedy was farce. Note that the climax and the crown of things invariably is the devil appears himself, armed and accoutred, horns and hoofs and tail. Just so, nor otherwise it proved. You'll see. Move to the murder, never mind the rest. Guido, at such a general duck-down I' the breathing space, of wife to convent here, priest to his relegation, and himself to Arezzo, had resigned his part perforce to brother Abate, who bustled, did his best, retrieved things somewhat, managed the 3 suits, since it should seem there were 3 suits at law behoved him look to still, lest bad grow worse. First civil suit, the one the parents brought, impugning the legitimacy of his wife, affirming thence the nullity of her rights. This was before the Rota. Molines, that's judge there, made that notable decree which partly leaned to Guido, as I said. But Pietro had appealed against the same to the very court will judge what we judge now. Tomati and his fellows, suit the first. Next civil suit, demand on the wife's part of separation from the husband's bed on plea of cruelty and risk to life. Claims restitution of the dowry paid, immunity from paying any more. This second, the vicegerent has to judge. Third and last suit, this time a criminal one. Answer to, and protection from, both these. Guido's complaint of guilt against his wife in the tribunal of the governor, Venturini, also judge of the present cause. 3 suits of all importance plaguing him, beside a little private enterprise of Guido's, essay at a shorter cut. For Paolo, knowing the right way at Rome, had, even while superintending these 3 suits I' the regular way, each at its proper court, ingeniously made interest with the Pope to set such tedious regular forms aside, and, acting the supreme and ultimate judge, declare for the husband and against the wife. Well, at such crisis and extrema of straits, the man at bay buffeted in this wise. Happened the strangest accident of all. Then, sigh, friends, the last feather broke his back, made him forget all possible remedies save one he rushed to as the sole relief from horror and the abominable thing. Or rather, laugh foes, then did there befall the luckiest of conceivable events, most pregnant with impunity for him, which henceforth turned the flank of all attack, and bade him do his wickedest and worst. The wife's withdrawal from the convertites, visit to the villa where her parents lived, and birth there of his babe. Divergence here. I simply take the facts, ask what they show. First comes this thunderclap of a surprise. Then follow all the signs and silences premonitory of earthquake. Paolo first vanished, was swept off somewhere, lost to Rome. Wells dry up while the sky is sunny and blue. Then Guido girds himself for enterprise, hies to Vittiano, counsels with his steward, comes to terms with 4 peasants young and bold, and starts for Rome the Holy, reaches her at very holiest, for 'tis Christmas Eve, and makes straight for the Abate's dried up font, the lodge where Paolo ceased to work the pipes. And then, rest taken, observation made, and plan completed, all in a grim week, the 5 proceed in a body, reach the place, Pietro's, by the Paolina, silent, lone, and stupefied by the propitious snow. At 1 in the evening, knock, a voice, who's there? Friends, with a letter from the priest your friend. At the door straight smiles old Violante's self. She falls, her son-in-law stabs through and through, reaches through her at Pietro. With your son, this is the way to settle suits, good sire. He bellows, mercy for heaven, not for earth. Leave to confess and save my sinful soul, then do your pleasure on the body of me. Nay, father, soul with body must take its chance. He presently got his portion and lay still. And last, Pompilia rushes here and there like a dove among lightnings in her brake. Falls also Guido's, this last husband's act. He lifts her by the long dishevelled hair, holds her away at arm's length with one hand, while the other tries if life come from the mouth, looks out his whole heart's hate on the shut eyes, draws a deep satisfied breath, so, dead at last, throws down the burthen on dead Pietro's knees, and ends all with "Let us away, my boys." End of section 52. Section 53 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 4, Tertium Quid continued. And as they left by one door, in at the other tumbled the neighbours. For the shrieks had pierced to the mill and the grange, this cottage and that shed. Soon followed the public force. Pursuit began, though Guido had the start and chose the road. So that same night was he, with the other 4, overtaken near Baccano, where they sank by the wayside, in some shelter meant for beasts, and now lay heaped together, nuzzling swine, each wrapped in bloody cloak, each grasping still his unwiped weapon, sleeping all the same the sleep of the just. A journey of 20 miles, bringing just and unjust to a level, you see. The only one in the world that suffered aught by the whole night's toil and trouble, flight and chase, was just the officer who took them, head of the public force, patriz, zealous soul, who having duty to sustain the flesh, got heated, caught a fever, and so died. A warning to the over-vigilant. Virtue in a chafe should change her linen quick, lest pleurisy get start of Providence. That's for the Cardinal, and told, I think. Well, they bring back the company to Rome. Says Guido, "By your leave, I fain would ask how you found out 'twas I who did the deed. What put you on my trace? A foreigner, supposed in Arezzo, and assuredly safe, except for an oversight? Who told you, pray?" "Why, naturally, your wife." Down Guido drops o' the horse he rode. They have to steady and stay at either side the brute that bore him, bound. So strange it seemed his wife should live and speak. She had prayed, at least so people tell you now, for but one thing to the Virgin for herself, not simply, as did Pietro 'mid the stabs, time to confess and get her own soul saved, but time to make the truth apparent, truth for God's sake, lest men should believe a lie, which seems to have been about the single prayer she ever put up that was granted her. With this hope in her head of telling truth, being familiarised with pain beside, she bore the stabbing to a certain pitch without a useless cry, was flung for dead on Pietro's lap, and so attained her point. Her friends subjoin this: have I done with them? And cite the miracle of continued life (she was not dead when I arrived just now) as attestation to her probity. Does it strike your Excellency? Why, your Highness, the self-command and even the final prayer, our candour must acknowledge explainable as easily by the consciousness of guilt. So, when they add that her confession runs she was of wifehood one white innocence in thought, word, act, from first of her short life to last of it, praying i' the face of death that God forgive her other sins, not this she is charged with and must die for, that she failed any way to her husband, while thereon comments the old religious, "So much good, patience beneath enormity of ill, I hear to my confusion, woe is me, sinner that I stand, shamed in the walk and gait I have practised and grown old in, by a child." Guido's friends shrug the shoulder. Just this same prodigious absolute calm in the last hour confirms us, being the natural result of a life which proves consistent to the close. Having braved heaven and deceived earth throughout, she braves still and deceives still, gains thereby two ends. She prizes beyond earth or heaven, first sets her lover free, imperilled sore by the new turn things take. He answers yet for the part he played. They have summoned him indeed, the past ripped up, he may be punished still. What better way of saving him than this? Then, thus she dies, revenged to the uttermost on Guido, drags him with her in the dark. The lower still the better, do you doubt? Thus, two ways does she love her love to the end, and hate her hate. Death, hell is no such price to pay for these, lovers and haters hold. But there's another parry for the thrust. Confession, cry folks. A confession! Think! Confession of the moribund is true. Which of them, my wise friends? This public one, or the private other, we shall never know. The private may contain, your casuists teach, the acknowledgment of, and the penitence for, that other public one, so people say. However it be, we trench on delicate ground. Her Eminence is peeping o'er the cards. Can one find nothing in behalf of this catastrophe? Deaf folks accuse the dumb. You criticize the drunken reel, fool's speech, maniacal gesture of the man, we grant. But who poured poison in his cup, we ask? Recall the list of his excessive wrongs: first cheated in his wife, robbed by her kin, rendered anon the laughing stock o' the world by the story, true or false, of his wife's birth, the last seal publicly opposed to shame by the open flight of wife and priest. Why, sirs, step out of Rome a furlong, would you know what another guest's tribunal than ours here, mere worldly court, without the help of grace, thinks of just that one incident of the flight? Guido preferred the same complaint before the court of Arezzo, bar of the Grand Duke, in virtue of it being Tuscany where the offence had rise and flight began. Self same complaint he made in the sequel here, where the offence grew to the full, the flight ended, offence and flight, one fact judged twice by two distinct tribunals. What result? There was a sentence passed at the same time by Arezzo and confirmed by the Grand Duke, which nothing balks of swift and sure effect but absence of the guilty. Flight to Rome frees them from Tuscan jurisdiction now, condemns the wife to the opprobrious doom of all whom law just lets escape from death. The Stinche, house of punishment for life. That's what the wife deserves in Tuscany. Here she deserves remitting with a smile to her father's house, main object of the flight. The thief presented with the thing he steals. End of section 53. Section 54 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 4, Tertium Quid, continued. At this discrepancy of judgments, mad, the man took on himself the office, judged, and the only argument against the use of the law he thus took into his own hands is, what, I ask you, that revenging wrong, he did not revenge sooner, kill at first whom he killed last. That is the final charge. Sooner? What's soon or late of the case? Ask we. A wound in the flesh no doubt wants prompt redress. It smarts a little today, well in a week, forgotten in a month, or never, or now. Revenge! But a wound to the soul, that rankles worse and worse. Shall I comfort you, explaining? Not this once, but now it may be some 500 times I called you ruffian, pander, liar, and rogue. The injury must be less by lapse of time. The wrong is a wrong, one, and immortal, two. And that you bore it those 500 times, let it rankle unrevenged 500 years, is just 500 wrongs the more and worse. Men plague this fashion, get to explode this way, if left no other. But we left this man many another way, and there's his fault, 'tis answered. He himself preferred our arm of the law to fight his battle with. No doubt we did not open him an armoury to pick and choose from, use and then reject. He tries one weapon and fails. He tries the next and next. He flourishes wit and common sense. They fail him. He plies logic doubtily. It fails him too. Thereon discovers last he has been blind to the combustibles, that all the while he is aglow with ire, boiling with irrepressible rage, and so may try explosives and discard cold steel. So hire assassins, plot, plan, execute. Is this the honest self-forgetting rage we are called to pardon? Does the furious bull pick out 4 helpmates from the grazing herd, and journey with them over hill and dale till he find his enemy? What rejoinder? Say that friends accept our bull similitude. Bull-like, the indiscriminate slaughter, rude and reckless aggravation of revenge, were all I' the way o' the brute who never once ceases amid all provocation more to bear in mind the first tormentor, first giver of the wound that goaded him to fight, and, though a dozen follow and reinforce the aggressor, wound in front and wound in flank, continues undisturbedly pursuit, and only after prostrating his prize turns on the pettier, makes a general prey. So Guido rushed against Violante, first author of all his wrongs. Fons et origo malorum. Increasingly drunk, which justice done, he finished with the rest. Do you blame a bull? In truth, you look as puzzled as e'er I preached. How is that? There are difficulties, perhaps, on any supposition, and either side, each party wants too much, claims sympathy for its object of compassion, more than just. Cry the wife's friends, "Oh, the enormous crime caused by no provocation in the world!" Was not the wife a little weak? Inquire. Punished extravagantly, if you please, but meriting a little punishment? One treated inconsiderately, say, rather than one deserving not at all treatment and discipline of the harsher sort? No, they must have her purity itself, quite angel, and her parents angels too, of an aged sort, immaculate, word and deed, at all events, so seeming, till the fiend, even Guido, by his folly, forced from them the untoward avowal of the trick of the birth, would otherwise be safe and secret now. Why, here you have the awfullest of crimes for nothing. Hell broke loose on a butterfly, a dragon born of rose dew and the moon. Yet here is the monster. Why, he's a mere man, born, bred and brought up in the usual way. His mother loves him. Still his brothers stick to the good fellow of the boyish games. The governor of his town knows and approves. The archbishop of the place knows and assists. Here he has Cardinal this to vouch for the past, Cardinal that to trust for the future. Match and marriage were a cardinal's making. In short, what if a tragedy be acted here, impossible for malice to improve, and innocent Guido with his innocent 4 be added, all 5 to the guilty 3, that we of these last days be edified with one full taste of the justice of the world? The long and the short is, truth is what I show. Undoubtedly, no pains ought to be spared to give the mob an inkling of our lights. It seems unduly harsh to put the man to the torture, as I hear the court intends, though readiest way of twisting out the truth. He is noble, and he may be innocent. On the other hand, if they exempt the man, as it is also said they hesitate on the fair ground, presumptive guilt is weak i' the case of nobility and privilege, what crime that ever was, ever will be, deserves the torture? Then abolish it. You see the reduction ad absurdum, sirs? Her Excellency must pronounce, in fine. What? She prefers going and joining play? Her Highness finds it late, intends retire? I am of their mind. Only all this talked. 'Twas not for nothing that we talked, I hope. Both know as much about it now, at least, as all Rome. No particular thanks, I beg. You'll see, I have not so advanced myself after my teaching the two idiots here. End of section 54. End of Tertium Quid, chapter 4. Section 55 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5. Count Guido Franceschini. Thanks, sir. But should it please the reverend court, I feel I can stand somehow, half sit down without help. Make shift to even speak, you see, fortified by the sip of... Why, 'tis wine, velletri, and not vinegar and gall. So changed and good the times grow. Thanks, kind sir. Oh, but one sip's enough. I want my head to save my neck. There's work awaits me still. How cautious and considerate... Ay! Not your fault, sweet sir. Come, you take to heart an ordinary matter. Law is law. Noblemen were exempt, the vulgar thought, from racking. But since law thinks otherwise, I have been put to the rack. All's over now, and neither wrist, what men style out of joint. If any harm be, 'tis the shoulder blade, the left one, that seems wrong i' the socket. Sirs, much could not happen. I was quick to faint, being past my prime of life and out of health. In short, I thank you, yes, and mean the word. Needs must the court be slow to understand how this quite novel form of taking pain, this getting tortured merely in the flesh, amounts to almost an agreeable change in my case, me fastidious, plied too much with opposite treatment, used, forgive the joke, to the rasp-tooth toying with this brain of mine, and in and out my heart the play o' the probe. 4 years have I been operated on i' the soul, do you see, its tense or tremulous part, my self-respect, my care for a good name, pride in an old one, love of kindred, just a mother, brothers, sisters, and the like, that looked up to my face when days were dim, and fancied they found light there, no one spot foppishly sensitive, but has paid its pang. That And not this you now oblige me with, that was the vigil torment, if you please. The poor old noble house that drew the rags o' the Franceschini's once superb array close round her, hope to slink unchallenged by, pluck off these, turn the drapery inside out, and teach the tittering town how scarlet wears, show men the lucklessness, the improvidence of the easy-natured Count before this Count, the father I have some slight feeling for, who let the world slide, nor foresaw that friends, then proud to cap and kiss the patron's shoe, would, when the purse he left held spider webs, properly push his child to wall one day, mimic the tetchy humour, furtive glance and brow where half was furious, half fatigued, of the same son got to be of middle age, sour, saturnine, your humble servant here. When things go cross, and the young wife he finds take to the window at a whistle's bid, and yet demurs thereon, preposterous fool! Whereat the worthies judge he wants advice, and beg to civilly ask what's evil here, perhaps remonstrate on the habit they deem he's given unduly to, of beating her. Oh, sure, he beats her. Why, says John so else, who is cousin to George, who is sib to Tecla's self, who cooks the meal and combs the lady's hair? What? 'Tis my wrist you merely dislocate for the future when you mean me martyrdom? Let the old mother's economy alone, how the brocade strips saved the seamy side of the wedding gown by raiment for a year, how she can dress and dish up lordly dish fit for a duke, lamb's head and pertinence, with her proud hands feast household so a week. No word o' the wine rejoicing God and man the less when 3 parts water? Then, I say, a trifle of torture to the flesh, like yours, while soul is spared such foretaste of hell fire, is naught. But I curtail the catalogue through policy, a rhetorician's trick, because I would reserve some choicer points o' the practice, more exactly parallel, having an eye to climax, with what gift eventual grace the court may have in store i' the way of plague, my crown of punishments, when I am hanged or headed, time enough to prove the tenderness of only that, mere heading, hanging, not their counterpart, not demonstration public and precise, that I, having married the mongrel of a drab, am bound to grant that mongrel brat, my wife, her mother's birthright licence as is just, let her sleep undisturbed i' the family style, her sleep out in the embraces of a priest, nor disallow their bastard as my heir. Your sole mistake, dare I submit so much to the reverend court, has been in all this pains to make a stone roll downhill, rack and wrench and rend a man to pieces, all for what? Why, make him ope mouth in his own defence, show cause for what he has done, the irregular deed, since that he did it, scarce dispute can be, and clear his fame a little, beside the luck of stopping even yet, if possible, discomfort to his flesh from noose or axe. For that, out come the implements of law. May it content my lords, the gracious court, to listen only half so patient long as I will in that sense profusely speak, and fie, they shall not call in screws to help. I killed Pompilia Franceschini, sirs, killed too the Comparini, husband, wife, who called themselves by a notorious lie her father and her mother to ruin me. There's the irregular deed. You want no more than right interpretation of the same, and truth so far. Am I to understand? To that then, with convenient speed, because now I consider, yes, despite my boast, there is an ailing in this omoplot, may clip my speech all too abruptly close, whatever the good will in me. Now for truth, i' the name of the indivisible Trinity, will my lords, in the plenitude of their light, weigh well that all this trouble has come on me through my persistent treading in the paths where I was trained to go, wearing that yoke my shoulder was predestined to receive, born to the hereditary stoop and crease? Noble, I recognised my nobler still, the Church, my suzerain, no mock mistress she. The secular owned the spiritual. Mates of mine have thrown their careless hoofs up at her call, forsake the clover and come drag my wain. There they go cropping. I protruded nose to halter, bent my back of docile beast, and now am wheeled, one wide wound all of me, for being found at the 11th hour o' the day padding the mill track, not neck deep in grass. My one fault, I am stiffened by my work. My one reward, I help the court to smile. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. I am representative of a great line, one of the first of the old families in Arezzo, ancientest of Tuscan towns. When my worst foe is fain to challenge this, his worst exception runs not first in rank but second, noble in the next degree only, not malice self maligns me more. So my lord opposite has composed, we know, a marvel of a book, sustains the point that Francis boasts the primacy mid saints. Yet not inaptly hath his argument obtained response from yon my other lord in thesis published with the world's applause. Rather 'tis Dominic such post befits. Why, at the worst, Francis stays Francis still, second in rank to Dominic it may be, still very saintly, very like our Lord. And I at least descend from a Guido once homager to the empire, naught below. Of which account, as proof that none o' the line, having a single gift beyond brave blood, or able to do aught but give in blood and brain, in house and land and cash, not get and garner as the vulgar may, we become poor as Francis or our Lord. Be that as it likes you, sirs, whenever it chanced myself grew capable any way of remark, which was soon, penury makes wit premature. This struck me, I was poor who should be rich, or pay that fault to the world which trifles not when lineage lacks the flag, yet lifts the pole. Therefore I must make more forthwith, transfer my stranded self, born fish with gill and fin fit for the deep sea, now left bare-backed in slush and sand, a show to crawlers vile reared of the low tide and aright therein. The enviable youth with the old name, wide chest, stout arms, sound brow and pricking veins, a heart full of desire, man's natural load, a brain full of belief, the noble's lot. All this life, cramped and gasping, high and dry I' the waves' retreat, the misery, good my lords, which made you merriment at Rome of late. It made me reason rather, muse, demand, why our bare dropping palace, in the street where such an one whose grandfather sold tripe was adding to his purchase pile a fourth tall tower, could hardly show a turret sound? Why, Beatrice Countess, whose son I am, cowered in the winter time as she spun flax, blew on the earthen basket of live ash, instead of jaunting forth in coach and six like such an other widow who ne'er was wed. I asked my fellows, how came this about? Why, Jack the sutler's child, perhaps the camps, went to the wars, fought sturdily, took a town and got rewarded, as was natural. She of the coach and six, excuse me there, why, don't you know the story of her friend? A clown dressed vines on somebody's estate, his boy recoiled from muck, liked Latin more, stuck to his pen and got to be a priest, till one day, don't you mind that telling tract against Molinos the old Cardinal wrote? He penned and dropped it in the patron's desk, who, deep in thought and absent much of mind, licensed the thing, allowed it for his own. Quick came promotion, sum cuique, Count. Oh, he can pay for coach and six, be sure. Well, let me go, do likewise, war's the word. That way the Franceschini worked at first. I'll take my turn, try soldiership. What, you, the eldest son and heir, and prop o' the house? So do you see your duty? Here's your post, hard by the hearth and altar. Roam from roof, this youngster play the gypsy out of doors. And who keeps kith and kin that fall on us? Stand fast, stick tight, conserve your gods at home. Well then, the quiet course, the contrary trade. We had a cousin amongst us once was Pope, and minor glories manifold. Try the church, the tonsure, and, since heresy's but half slain, even by the Cardinal's tract he thought he wrote. Have at Molinos. Have at a fool's head, you a priest, how were marriage possible? There must be Franceschini till time ends. That's your vocation. Make your brothers priests. Paul shall be porporate, and Girolamo step red-stockinged in the presence when you choose. But save one Franceschini for the age. Be not the vine, but dig and dung its root. Be not a priest, but gird up priesthood's loins. With one foot in Arezzo, stride to Rome. Spend yourself there, and bring the purchase back. Go hence to Rome, be guided. End of section 56. Last line of section 56 was, "Go hence to Rome, be guided." Section 57 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. So I was. I turned alike from the hillside zigzag thread of way to the tableland a soldier takes, alike from the low-lying pasture place where churchmen graze, recline, and ruminate, ventured to mount no platform like my lords who judge the world. Bare brain I dare not brag, but stationed me, might thus the expression serve, as who should fetch and carry, come and go, meddle and make I' the cause my lords love most, the public weal which hangs to the law, which holds by the church, which happens to be through God Himself. Humbly I helped the church till here I stand, or would stand but for the omoplot, you see. Bidden qualify for Rome, I, having a field, went, sold it, laid the sum at Peter's foot, which means I settled home accounts with speed, set apart just a modicum should suffice to keep the villa's head above the waves of weed inundating its oil and wine, and prop roof, stanchion wall o' the palace, so it should keep breath i' the body, hold its own amid the advance of neighbouring loftiness. People like building where they used to beg, till succoured one day, shared the residue between my mother and brothers and sisters there. Black-eyed babe donna this and donna that, as near to starving as might decently be, left myself journey charges, change of suit, a purse to put i' the pocket of the groom, of the chamber of the patron, and a glove with a ring to it for the digits of the niece, sure to be helpful in his household. Then started for Rome and led the life prescribed. Close to the church, though clean of it, I assumed 3 or 4 orders of no consequence. They cast out evil spirits and exorcise. For example, bind a man to nothing more, give clerical savour to his layman's salt, facilitate his claim to loaf and fish should miracle leave, beyond what feeds the flock, fragments to brim the basket of a friend, while, for the world's sake, I rode, danced, and gamed, quitted me like a courtier, measured mine with whatsoever blade had fame in fence, ready to let the basket go its round, even though my turn was come to help myself, should Dives count on me at dinner time as just the understander of a joke, and not immoderate in repartee. Utrique sic paratus, sirs, I said, here, in the fortitude of years 15, so good a pedagogue is penury. Here wait, do service, serving and to serve, and in due time, I nowise doubt at all, the recognition of my service comes. Next year I'm only 16, I can wait. I waited 30 years, may it please the court. Saw, meanwhile, Many a denizen of the dung hop, skip, jump o'er my shoulder, make him wings and fly aloft, succeed in the usual phrase. Every one soon or late comes round by Rome. Stand still here, you'll see all in turn succeed. Why, look you, so and so, the physician here, my father's lackey's son we sent to school, doctored and dosed this eminence and that, salved the last pope, his certain obstinate sore, soon bought land as became him, names it now. I grasp bell at his griffin-guarded gate, traverse the half-mile avenue, a term, a cypress, and a statue, 3 and 3, deliver message from my Monsignor. With varletry at lounge the vestibule I'm barred from, who bear mud upon my shoe, my father's chaplain's nephew, chamberlain, nothing less, please you, courteous all the same. He does not see me, though I wait an hour at his staircase landing, twixt the brace of busts, a noseless Sylla, Marius maimed to match, my father gave him for a hexastick, made on my birthday. But he sends me down to make amends. That relic I prize most, the unburnt end o' the very candle, sirs, purfled with paint so prettily round and round, he carried in such state last Peter's day, in token I, his gentleman and squire, had held the bridle, walked his managed mule without a titup the procession through. Nay, the official, one you know, sweet lords, who drew the warrant for my transfer late to the new prisons from Tordinona, he graciously had remembrance. Francesc, his sire now, how a thing shall come about! Paid me a dozen florins above the fee for drawing deftly up a deed of sale, when troubles fell so thick on him, good heart, and I was prompt and pushing, by all means, at the new prisons be it his son shall lie. Anything for an old friend, and thereat signed name with triple flourish underneath. These were my fellows, such their fortunes now, while I kept fasts and feasts innumerable, matins and vespers, functions to no end I' the train of Monsignor and Eminence, as gentleman squire, and for my zeal's reward have rarely missed a place at the table foot, except when some ambassador or such like brought his own people. Brief, one day I felt the tick of time inside me, turning point and slight sense there was now enough of this, that I was near my 7th climacteric, hard upon, if not over, the middle life, and although fed by the east wind, fulsome fine, with foretaste of the land of promise, still my gorge gave symptom it might play me false. Better not press it further, be content with living and dying only a nobleman, who merely had a father great and rich, who simply had one greater and richer yet, and so on back and back, till first and best began I' the night, I finish in the day. The mother must be getting old, I said,
The sisters are well wedded away. Our name can manage to pass a sister off at need, and do for dowry. Both my brothers thrive, regular priests they are, nor bat-like, bide twixt flesh and fowl with neither privilege. My spare revenue must keep me and mine. I am tired. Arezzo's air is good to breathe. Vittiano, one limes flocks of thrushes there. A leathern coat costs little and lasts long. Let me bid hope good-bye, content at home. Thus, one day, I disbosomed me and bowed, whereat began the little buzz and thrill o' the gazers round me, each face brightened up, as when at your casino, deep in dawn, a gamester says at last, I play no more, forego gain, acquiesce in loss, withdraw anyhow, and the watchers of his ways, a trifle struck compunctious at the word, yet sensible of relief, breathe free once more, break up the ring, venture polite advice. How, sir, so scant of heart and hope indeed, retire with neither cross nor pile from play? So incurious, so short casting, give your chance to a younger, stronger, bolder spirit belike, just when luck turns and the fine throw sweeps all? Such was the chorus, and its goodwill meant. See that the loser leave door handsomely. There's an ill look, it's sinister, spoils sport, when an old bruised and battered year by year fighter with fortune, not a penny in poke, reels down the steps of our establishment and staggers on broad daylight and the world, in shag-rag beard and doleful doublet, drops and breaks his heart on the outside. People prate, such is the profit of a trip upstairs. Contrive he sidle forth, balked of the blow best dealt, by way of moral, bidding down no curse, but blessings rather on our heads. For some poor prize he bears at tattered breast, some palpable sort of kind of good to set over and against the grievance, give him quick. Whereon protested Paul, go hang yourselves, leave him to me, Count Guido and brother of mine. A word in your ear, take courage, since faint heart ne'er won, ha! Fair lady, don't men say? There's a source, there's a right Virgilian dip. Do you see the happiness o' the hint? At worst, if the Church want no more of you, the court no more, and the camp as little, the ingrates, come, Count, you are counted. Still you've coat to back, not cloth of gold and tissue, as we hoped, but cloth with sparks and spangles on its frieze from camp, court, church, enough to make a shine, entitle you to carry home a wife with the proper dowry, let the worst betide. Why, it was just a wife you meant to take. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. Now, Paul's advice was weighty, priests should know. And Paul apprised me, ere the week was out, that Pietro and Violante, The easy pair, the cits enough, with stomach to be more, had just the daughter and exact the sum to truck for the quality of myself. She's young, pretty, and rich, your noble, classic choice. Is it to be a match? A match, said I. Done. He proposed all, I accepted all, and we performed all. So I said and did simply, as simply followed, not at first, but with the outbreak of misfortune, still one comment on the saying and doing. What? No blush at the avowal you dared by a girl of age beseems your granddaughter, like ox or ass? Are flesh and blood aware? Are heart and soul a chattel? Softly, sirs, will the court of its charity teach poor me anxious to learn of any way the world allowed by custom and convenience, save this same which, taught from my youth up, I trod? Take me along with you. Where was the wrong step? If what I gave in barter, style and state and all that hangs to Franceschinihood, were worthless, why, society goes to ground, its rules are idiots rambling. Honour of birth, if that thing has no value, cannot buy something with value of another sort, you've no reward nor punishment to give i' the giving or the taking honour. Straight your social fabric, pinnacle to base, comes down a clatter like a house of cards. Get honour and keep honour free from flaw, aim at still higher honour. Gabble o' the goose! Go bid a second blockhead like myself spend 50 years in guarding bubbles of breath, soap suds with air i' the belly, gilded brave, guarded and guided, all to break at touch o' the first young girl's hand and first old fool's purse. All my privation and endurance, all love, loyalty and labour dared and did, fiddle-de-dee! Why, doer and darer both. Count Guido Franceschini had hit the mark far better, spent his life with more effect, as a dancer or a prizer, trades that pay. On the other hand, bid this buffoonery cease, admit that honour is a privilege. The question follows, privilege worth what? Why, worth the market price, now up, now down. Just so with this as with all other ware. Therefore, essay the market, sell your name, style and condition to who buys them best. Does my name purchase? Had I dared inquire. Your niece, my lord? There would have been rebuff, though courtesy. Your lordship cannot else, not altogether. Rank for rank may stand, but I have wealth beside, you poverty. Your scale flies up there. Bid a second bid, rank too, and wealth too. Reasoned like yourself. But was it to you I went with goods to sell? This time 'twas my scale quietly kissed the ground. Mere rank against mere wealth, some youth beside, some beauty too, thrown into the bargain, just as the buyer likes or lets alone. I thought to deal o' the square. Others find fault, it seems. The thing is, Those my offer most concerned, Pietro, Violante, cried they fair or foul? What did they make o' the terms? Preposterous terms? Why then accede so promptly, close with such, nor take a minute to chaffer? Bargain struck, they straight grew bilious, wished their money back, repented them, no doubt. Why, so did I. So did your lordship, if town talk be true, of paying a full farm's worth for that piece by Pietro of Cortona. Probably his scholar Ciro Ferri may have retouched, you caring more for colour than design, getting a little tired of cupids too. That's incident to all the folk who buy. I am charged, I know, with gilding fact by fraud. I falsified and fabricated, wrote myself down roughly richer than I prove, rendered a wrong revenue. Grant it all. Mere grace, mere coquetry, such fraud, I say. A flourish round the figures of a sum for fashion's sake, that deceives nobody, the veritable backbone, understood essence of this same bargain, blank and bare, being the exchange of quality for wealth. What may such fancy flights be? Flecks of oil, flirted by chapmen, where plain dealing grates. I may have dripped a drop. My name I sell, not but that I too boast my wealth, as they. We bring you riches. Still, our ancestor was hardly the rapscallion folks saw flogged, but ere to we know who, were rights of force. They knew, and I knew, where the backbone lurked I' the writhings of the bargain. Lords, believe! I paid down all engaged for to a doit, delivered them just that which their life long they hungered in the hearts of them to gain, incorporation with nobility thus in word and deed, for that they gave me wealth. But when they came to try their gain, my gift, quit Rome and qualify for Arezzo, take the tone o' the new sphere that absorbed the old, put away gossip Jack and goody Joan, and go become familiar with the great. Greatness to touch and taste and handled now, why then they found that all was vanity, vexation, and what Solomon describes. The old abundant city fare was best, the kindly warmth o' the commons, the glad clap of the equal on the shoulder, the frank grin of the underling at all so many spoons fire new at neighbourly treat, best, and best beyond compare, down to the loll itself o' the pot-house settle, better such a bench than the stiff crucifixion by my dais, under the piecemeal damask canopy with the coroneted coat of arms atop. Poverty and privation for pride's sake, all they engaged to easily brave and bear, with the fit upon them and their brains a-work, proved unendurable to the sobered sots. A banished prince, now, will exude a juice and salamander-like support the flame. He dines on chestnuts, chucks the husks to help the broil o' the brazier, pays the due baiocch, goes off light-hearted. His grimace begins at the funny humours of the christening feast, a friend the money-lender. Then he's touched by the flame and frizzles at the babe to kiss. Here was the converse trial, opposite mind. Here did a petty nature split on rock of vulgar wants predestinate for such. One dish at supper and weak wine to boot. The prince had grinned and borne, the citizen shrieked, summoned the neighbourhood to attest the wrong, made noisy protest. He was murdered, stoned and burned and drowned and hanged, then broke away, he and his wife, to tell their Rome the rest. And this you admire, you men o' the world, my lords? This moves compassion, makes you doubt my faith? Why, I appeal to sun and moon? Not I. Rather to Plautus, Terence, Boccaccio's book, my townsman, Frank Ser Franco's merry tales. To all who strip a vizard from a face, a body from its padding, and a soul from froth and ignorance it styles itself, if this be other than the daily hap of purblind greed that dog-like still drops bone, grasps shadow, and then howls, the case is hard. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. So much for them so far. Now for myself, my profit or loss I' the matter. Married am I, text whereon friendly censors burst to preach. I, at Rome even, long ere I was left to regulate her life for my young bride, alone at Arezzo, friendliness outbroke, sifting my future to predict its fault. Purchase and sale being thus so plain a point, how of a certain soul bound up may be I' the barter with the body and money begs from the bride's soul, what is it you expect? Why, loyalty and obedience, wish and will to settle and suit her fresh and plastic mind to the novel nor disadvantageous mould. Father and mother shall the woman leave, cleave to the husband, be it for weal or woe. There is the law. What sets this law aside in my particular case? My friends submit, guide, guardian, benefactor, fee, faw, fum. The fact is you are 45 years old, nor very comely even for that age. Girls must have boys. Why, let girls say so then, nor call the boys and men who say the same brute this and beast the other as they do. Come, cards on table. When you chaunt us next epithalamium full to overflow with praise and glory of white womanhood, the chaste and pure, troll no such lies o'er lip. Put in their stead a crudity or two, such short and simple statement of the case as youth chalks on our walls at spring of year. No, I shall still think nobler of the sex believe a woman still may take a man for the short period that his soul wears flesh, and, for the soul's sake, understand the fault of armour frayed by fighting. Tush, it tempts one's tongue too much. I'll say, the law's the law. With a wife I look to find all wifeliness. As when I buy timber and twig, a tree, I buy the song o' the nightingale inside. Such was the pact. Pompilia from the first broke it, refused from the beginning day either in body or soul to cleave to mine, and published it forthwith to all the world. No rupture, you must join ere you can break. Before we had cohabited a month, she found I was a devil and no man, made common cause with those who found as much. Her parents, Pietro and Violante, moved heaven and earth to the rescue of all three. In 4 months' time, the time of the parents' stay, Arezzo was a ringing, bells in a blaze, with the unimaginable story rife i' the mouth of man, woman, and child, to wit, my misdemeanour. First, the lighter side, ludicrous face of things. How very poor the Franceschini had become at last! The meanness and the misery of each shift to save a soldo, stretch and make ends meet. Next, the more hateful aspect, how myself with cruelty beyond Caligula's had stripped and beaten, robbed and murdered them. The good old couple, I decoyed, abused, plundered, and then cast out, and haply so, since, in due course, the abominable comes. Woe worth the poor young wife left lonely here! Repugnant in my person as my mind, I sought, was ever heard of such revenge, to lure and bind her to so cursed a couch, such co-embrace with sulphur, snake and toad, that she was fain to rush forth, call the stones of the common street to save her, not from hate of mine merely, but must I burn my lips with the blister of the lie? The satyr love of who but my own brother, the young priest, too long enforced to Lenten fare belike, now tempted by the morsel tossed him full i' the trencher where lay bread and herbs at best. Mark, this yourselves say, this none disallows, was charged to me by the universal voice at the instigation of my 4 months' wife. And then you ask, such charges so preferred, truly or falsely, here concerns us not. Pricked you to punish now if not before? Did not the harshness double itself, the hate harden? I answer, have it your way and will. Say my resentment grew apace, what then? Do you cry out on the marvel? When I find that pure, smooth egg which laid within my nest could not but hatch a comfort to us all, issues a cockatrice for me and mine, do you stare to see me stamp on it? Swans are soft. Is it not clear that she you call my wife, that any wife of any husband, caught whetting a sting like this, against his breast, speckled with fragments of the fresh broke shell, married a month, and making outcry thus, proves a plague prodigy to God and man? She married. What was it she married for? Counted upon and meant to meet thereby? Love, suggests someone. Love, a little word whereof we have not heard one syllable. So, the Pompilia, child, girl, wife in one, wanted the beating pulse, the rolling eye, the frantic gesture, the devotion due from Thyrsis to Neaera. Guido's love, why not Provençal roses in his shoe, plume to his cap, and trio of guitars at casement, with a bravo close beside? Good things all these are, clearly claimable when the fit price is paid the proper way. Had it been some friend's wife, now threw her fan at my foot, with just this pretty scrap attached, shame, death, damnation, fall these as they may. So I find you for a minute come this eve. Why, at such sweet self-sacrifice, who knows, I might have fired up, found me at my post, ardent from head to heel, nor feared catch cough, nay, had some other friends, say daughter, tripped upstairs and tumbled flat and frank on me, bareheaded and barefooted, with loose hair and garments all at large, cried, "Take me thus, Duke so and so, the greatest man in Rome, to escape his hand and heart have I broke bounds, traversed the town and reached you." Then indeed the lady had not reached a man of ice, I would have rummaged, ransacked at the word, those old odd corners of an empty heart, for remnants of dim love, the long disused, and dusty crumblings of romance. But here we talk of just a marriage, if you please, the everyday conditions and no more. Where do these bind me to bestow one drop of blood, shall dye my wife's true love not pink? Pompilia was no pigeon, Venus' pet, that shuffled from between her pressing paps to sit on my rough shoulder, but a hawk I bought at a hawk's price, and carried home to do hawk's service, at the rotunda, say, where 6 o' the callow nestlings in a row you pick and choose and pay the price for such. I have paid my pound, await my penny's worth, so hoodwink, starve, and properly train my bird, and should she prove a haggard, twist her neck. Did I not pay my name and style, my hope and trust, my all? Through spending these amiss I am here. 'Tis scarce the gravity of the court will blame me that I never piped a tune, treated my falcon gentle like my finch. The obligation I incurred was just to practise mastery, prove my mastership. Pompilia's duty was submit herself, afford me pleasure, perhaps cure my bile. Am I to teach my lords what marriage means, what God ordains thereby and man fulfils who, docile to the dictate, treads the house? My lords have chosen the happier part with Paul, and neither marry nor burn. Yet priestliness can find a parallel to the marriage bond in its own blessed special ordinance, whereof indeed was marriage made the type. The Church may show her insubordinate, as marriage her refractory. How of the monk who finds the claustral regimen too sharp after the first month's essay? What's the mode with the deacon who supports indifferently the rod o' the bishop when he tastes its smart full 4 weeks? Do you straightway slacken hold of the innocents, the all unwary ones who, eager to profess, mistook their mind? Remit a fast day's rigour to the monk who fancied Francis' manna meant roast quails? Concede the deacon sweet society, he never thought the Levite rule renounced? Or rather prescribe short change and sharp scourge, corrective of such peccant humours? This I take to be the Church's mode, and mine, if I was over harsh. The worse I' the wife who did not win from harshness as she ought, wanted the patience and persuasion, lore of love, should cure me and console herself. Put case that I mishandle, flurry, and fright my hawk through clumsiness in sportsmanship, twitch out 5 pins where plucking one would serve, what, shall she bite and claw to mend the case? And if you find I pluck 5 more for that, shall you weep now he roughs the turtle there? End of section 59.
Section 60 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued.
Such was the starting. Now of the further step. In lieu of taking penance in good part, the monk, with the hue and cry, summons a mob to make a bonfire of the convent, say, and the deacon's pretty piece of virtue, save the ears of the court. I try to save my head. Instructed by the ingenuous postulant, taxes the bishop with adultery. Mud needs must pair off with mud, and filth with filth. Such being my next experience, who knows not? The couple, father and mother of my wife, returned to Rome, published before my lords, put into print, made circulate far and wide, that they had cheated me who cheated them. Pompilia, I supposed their daughter, drew breath first mid Rome's worst rankness, through the deed of a drab and a rogue, was by-blow bastard babe of a nameless strumpet, passed off, palmed on me as the daughter with the dowry. Daughter? Dirt o' the kennel, dowry? Dust o' the street. not more, not less, not else but, assuredly, a Franceschini and my very wife. Now, take this charge as you will, for false or true, this charge, preferred before your very selves who judge me now, I pray you, adjudge again, classing it with the cheats or with the lies, by which category I suffer most. But of their reckoning, theirs who dealt with me in either fashion, I reserve my word, justify that in its place. I am now to say, whichever point o' the charge might poison most, Pompilia's duty was no doubtful one. You put the protestation in her mouth. Henceforward and forevermore, avaunt, ye fiends, who drop disguise and glare revealed in your own shape, no longer father mine, nor mother mine. Too nakedly you hate me, whom you looked as if you loved once, me, whom, whether true or false, your tale now damns. Divulged thus to my public infamy, private perdition, absolute overthrow. For hate my husband to your heart's content, I spoil and prey of you from first to last, I who have done you the blind service, lured the lion to your pitfall, I thus left to answer for my ignorant bleeding there, I should have been remembered and withdrawn from the first of the natural fury, not flung loose, a proverb and a byword men will mouth at the cross way, in the corner, up and down Rome and Arezzo, there, full in my face, if my lord, missing them and finding me, content himself with casting his reproach to drop i' the street where such impostors die. Ah, but that husband, what the wonder were, if far from casting thus away the rag smeared with the plague, his hand had chanced upon, sewn to his pillow by Locusta's wile, far from abolishing root, stem, and branch, the misgrowth of infectious mistletoe foisted into his stock for honest graft, if he repudiate not, renounce no wise, but guiding me, maintain my cause by making it his own, what other way? To keep my name for me, he call it his, claim it of who would take it by their lie, to save my wealth for me, or babe of mine their lie was framed to beggar at the birth. He bid them loose grasp, give our gold again, refuse to become partner with the pair even in a game which, played adroitly, gives its winner life's great wonderful new chance of marrying, to wit, a second time. Ah, did he do thus, what a friend were he! Anger he might show. Who can stamp out flame yet spread no black o' the brand, yet rough albeit in the act, as whose bare feet feel embers scorch? What grace were his, what gratitude were mine! Such protestation should have been my wife's. Looking for this, do I exact too much? Why, here's the word for word, so much, no more. Avowal she made, her pure spontaneous speech to my brother the Abate at first blush, ere the good impulse had begun to fade. So did she make confession for the pair, so pour forth praises in her own behalf. Ay, the false letter, interpose my lords, the simulated writing, 'twas a trick. You traced the signs, she merely marked the same. The product was not hers but yours. Alack, I want no more impulsion, to tell truth, from the other trick, the torture inside there. I confess all, let it be understood, and deny nothing. If I baffle you so, can so fence in the plenitude of right, that my poor lathen dagger puts aside each pass o' the Bilboa, beats you all the same. What matters inefficiency of blade? Mine and not hers the letter. Conceited lords, impute to me that practice. Take as proved I taught my wife her duty, made her see what it behoved her see, and say and do, feel in her heart, and with her tongue declare, and, whether sluggish or recalcitrant, forced her to take the right step, I myself marching in mere marital rectitude. And who finds fault here? Say the tale be true. Would not my lords commend the priest whose zeal seized on the sick, morose, or moribund, by the palsy-smitten finger made it cross his brow correctly at the critical time? Or answered for the inarticulate babe at baptism, in its stead declared the faith, and saved what else would perish unprofessed? True, the incapable hand may rally yet, renounce the sign with renovated strength. The babe may grow up man and Molinist, and so Pompilia, set in the good path and left to go alone there, soon might see that too frank forward, all too simple straight her step was, and decline to tread the rough, when here lay tempting foot the meadow side, and there the coppice called with singing birds. Soon she discovered she was young and fair, that many an Arezzo knew as much. Yes, this next cup of bitterness, my lords, had to begin go filling, drop by drop, its measure up of full disgust for me, filtered into by every noisome drain, society's sink, toward which all moisture runs. Would not you prophesy, she on whose brow is stamped the note of the imputation that we know, rightly or wrongly mothered with a whore, such an one to disprove the frightful charge? What will she but exaggerate chastity, err in excess of wifehood, as it were, renounce even levity's permitted youth, though not youth struck to age by a thunderbolt? Cry wolf i' the sheepfold, where's the sheep dares bleat, knowing the shepherd listens for a growl? So you expect. How did the devil decree? Why, my lords, just the contrary, of course. It was in the house, from the window, at the church, from the hassock, where the theatre lent its lodge, or staging for the public show left space, that still Pompilia needs must find herself launching her looks forth, letting looks reply as arrows to a challenge, on all sides ever new contribution to her lap. Till one day, what is it knocks at my clenched teeth but the cup full, curse collected all for me? And I must needs drink this gallant's praise, that minion's prayer, the other fop's reproach, and come at the dregs to Caponsacchi. Sirs, I chin deep in a marsh of misery, struggling to extricate my name and fame and fortune from the marsh would drown them all. My face, the sole unstrangled part of me, I must have this new gadfly in that face, must free me from the attacking lover too. Men say I battled ungracefully enough, was harsh, uncouth, and ludicrous beyond the proper part o' the husband. Have it so. Your lordships are considerate at least. You order me to speak in my defence plainly. Expect no quavering tuneful trills As when you bid a singer solace you, Nor look that I shall give it, for a grace Stan spede in uno. You remember well, in the one case, 'tis a plain song too severe, This story of my wrongs, and that I ache And need a chair in the other. Ask you me, why, when I felt this trouble flap my face, already pricked with every shame could birch, When with her parents my wife plagued me too, Why I enforced not exhortation mild To leave whore's tricks and let my brows alone, With mulct of comfits, promise of perfume? End of section 60. Section 61 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. Far from that. No, you took the opposite course. Breathe threatenings, rage and slaughter. What you will. And the end has come. The doom is verily here, unhindered by the threatening. See fate's flare full on each face of the dead guilty three. Look at them well, and now, lords, look at this. Tell me, if on that day when I found first that Caponsacchi thought the nearest way to his church was some half-mile round by my door, and that he so admired, shall I suppose, the manner of the swallows come and go between the props of the window overhead, that window happening to be my wife's, as to stand gazing by the hour on high of May eves, while she sat and let him smile, if I, instead of threatening, talking big, showing hair powder, a prodigious pinch for poison in a bottle, making believe at desperate doings with a bauble sword, and other bugaboo and baby work, had, with the vulgarest household implement, calmly and quietly cut off, clean through bone, but one joint of one finger of my wife, saying, for listening to the serenade, here's your ring finger shorter, a full third. Be certain I will slice away next joint, next time that anybody underneath seems somehow to be sauntering as he hoped a flower would eddy out of your hand to his, while you please fidget with the branch above o' the rose tree in the terrace. Had I done so, why, there had followed a quick sharp scream, some pain, much calling for plaster, damage to the dress, a somewhat sulky countenance next day, perhaps reproaches, but reflections too. I don't hear much of harm that Malchus did after the incident of the ear, my lords. Saint Peter took the efficacious way. Malchus was sore, but silenced for his life. He did not hang himself i' the potter's field like Judas, who was trusted with the bag and treated to sops after he proved a thief. So, by this time, my true and obedient wife might have been telling beads with a gloved hand, awkward a little at pricking hearts and darts on sampler, possibly, but well otherwise, not where Rome shudders now to see her lie. I give that for the course a wise man takes. I took the other, however, tried the fool's, the lighter remedy, brandished rapier dread with cork ball at the tip, boxed Malchus' ear instead of severing the cartilage, called her a terrible nickname, and the like, and there an end. And what was the end of that? What was the good effect o' the gentle course? Why, one night I went drowsily to bed, dropped asleep suddenly, not suddenly woke, but did wake with rough rousing and loud cry, to find noon in my face, a crowd in my room, fumes in my brain, fire in my throat, my wife gone God knows whither, rifled vesture, chest, and ransacked money coffer. What does it mean? The servants had been drugged too, stared and yawned. It must be that Our Lady has eloped. Whither and with whom? With whom but the Canon's self? One recognises Caponsacchi there. By this time the admiring neighbourhood join chorus round me, while I rubbed my eyes. 'Tis months since their intelligence began. A comedy the town was privy to. He wrote and she wrote, she spoke, he replied, and going in and out your house last night was easy work for one. To be plain with you, accustomed to do both, at dusk and dawn when you were absent, at the villa, you know, where husbandry required the master mind. Did not you know? Why, we all knew, you see. And presently, bit by bit, the full and true particulars of the tale were volunteered with all the breathless zeal of friendship. Thus matters were managed at the 7th hour of night. Later, at daybreak, Caponsacchi came, while you and all your household slept like death, drugged as your supper was with drowsy stuff, and your own cousin Guillicini too. Either or both entered your dwelling place, plundered it at their pleasure, made prize of all, including your wife. Oh, your wife led the way out of doors on to the gate. But gates are shut in a decent town to darkness and such deeds. They climbed the wall. Your lady must be live at the gap, the broken bit. Torrione true, to escape the questioning guard at the proper gate. Clemente, where at the inn hard by, the horse just outside, a calash in readiness, took the two principals all alone at last to gate San Spirito, which o'erlooks the road, leads to Perugia, Rome and liberty. Bit by bit, thus made up mosaic wise, flat lay my fortune, tessellated floor, imperishable tracery devils should foot and frolic it on around my broken gods, over my desecrated hearth. End of section 61. Section 62 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini continued. So much for the terrible effect of threatening, sirs. Well, this way, I was shaken wide awake, doctored and drenched, somewhat unpoisoned so, then set on horseback and bid seek the lost. I started alone, head of me, heart of me, fire, and each limb as languid. Ah, sweet lords, bethink you, poison, torture, try persuade the next refractory Molinist with that. Floundered through day and night, another day and yet another night, and so at last has Lucifer kept falling to find hell, tumbled into the courtyard of an inn at the end, and fell on whom I thought to find, even Caponsacchi. What part once was priest, cast to the winds now with the cassock rags, in cape and sword a cavalier confessed. There stood he chiding dilatory grooms, chaffing that only horseflesh and no team of eagles would supply the last relay, whirl him along the league, the one post more between the couple and Rome and liberty. 'Twas dawn, the couple were rested in a sort, and though the lady, tired, the tenderer sex, still lingered in her chamber to adjust the limp hair, look for any blush astray, she would descend in a twinkling. Have you out the horses, therefore? So did I find my wife. Is the case complete? Do your eyes here see with mine? Even the parties dare deny no one point out of all these points. What follows next? Why, that then was the time, you interpose, or then or never, while the fact was fresh, to take the natural vengeance, there and thus they and you. Somebody had stuck a sword beside you while he pushed you on your horse. 'Twas requisite to slay the couple, Count. Just so my friends say, kill, they cry in a breath, who presently, when matters grow to a head, and I do kill the offending ones indeed, when crime of theirs only surmised before is patent, proved indisputably now, when remedy for wrong, untried at the time, which law professes shall not fail a friend, is thrice tried now, found threefold worse than null, when what might turn to transient shade, who knows, solidifies into a blot which breaks hell's black off in pale flakes for fear of mine, then when I claim and take revenge, so rash, they cry, so little reverence for the law? Listen, my masters, and distinguish here. At first I called in law to act and help. Seeing I do so, why, 'tis clear, they cry, you shrank from gallant readiness and risk, were coward, the thing's inexplicable else. Sweet my lords, let the thing be. I fall flat, play the reed, not the oak, to breath of man. Only inform my ignorance. Say I stand convicted of the having been afraid, proved a poltroon, no lion but a lamb. Does that deprive me of my right of lamb and give my fleece and flesh to the first wolf? Are eunuchs, women, children, shieldless quite against attack their own timidity tempts? Cowardice were misfortune and no crime. Take it that way, since I am fallen so low I scarce dare brush the fly that blows my face, and thank the man who simply spits not there. Unless the court be generous, comprehend how one brought up at the very feet of law, as I, awaits the grave Gamaliel's nod ere he clench fist at outrage, much less stab. How, ready enough to rise at the right time, I still could recognise no time mature unsanctioned by a move o' the judgment seat, so, mute in misery, eyed my masters here motionless, till the authoritative word pronounced amercement. There's the riddle solved. This is just why I slew nor her nor him, but called in law, law's delegate in the place, and bade arrest the guilty couple, sirs. We had some trouble to do so. You have heard they braved me, he with arrogance and scorn, she with a volubility of curse, a conversancy in the skill of tooth and claw to make suspicion seem absurd, nay, an alacrity to put to proof at my own throat my own sword. Teach me so to try conclusions better the next time. Which did the proper service with the mob. They never tried to put on mask at all. Two avowed lovers, forcibly torn apart, upbraid the tyrant as in a playhouse scene, ay, and with proper clapping and applause from the audience that enjoys the bold and free. I kept still, said to myself, there's law. Anon we searched the chamber where they passed the night, found what confirmed the worst was feared before. However, needless confirmation now. The witches' circle intact, charms undisturbed that raised the spirit, and succubus, letters to it, love-laden, each the bag o' the bee that bore honey from lily and rose to Cupid's hive, now poetry in some rank blossom burst, now prose. Come here, go there, wait such a while, he's at the villa, now he's back again. We are saved, we are lost, we are lovers all the same. All in order, all complete, even to a clue to the drowsiness that happed so opportune. No mystery when I read, of all things find what wine Sir Jealousy decides to drink. Red wine, because a sleeping potion, dust dropped into white, discolours wine and shows. End of section 62. Section 63 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. Oh, but we did not write a single word. Somebody forged the letters in our name. Both in a breath protested presently. Sacchetti again. Dame, quoth the Duke, what meaneth this epistle? Counsel me. I pick from out thy placket and peruse, wherein my page averreth thou art white and warm and wonderful twixt pap and pap. Sir, laughed the lady, 'tis a counterfeit. Thy page did never stroke but Dian's breast, the pretty hound I nurture for thy sake. To lie were losel, by my fay no more. And no more say I too, and spare the court. Ah, the court, yes, I come to the court's self. Such the case, so complete in fact and proof, I laid at the feet of law. There sat my lords, here sit they now. So may they ever sit in easier attitude than suits my haunch. In this same chamber did I bear my sores o' the soul, and not the body, shun no shame, shrink from no probing of the ulcerous part, since confident in nature, which is God, that she who for wise ends concocts a plague, curbs at the right time the plague's virulence too. Law renovates even Lazarus, cures me. Caesar thou seekest, to Caesar thou shalt go. Caesar's at Rome, to Rome accordingly. The case was soon decided, both weights cast to the balance, vibrate, neither kicks the beam. Here away, there away, this now, and now that. To every one of my grievances law gave redress. Could purblind eye but see the point? The wife stood a convicted runagate from house and husband, driven to such a course by what she somehow took for cruelty, oppression and imperilment of life. Not that such things were, but that so they seemed. Therefore, the end conceded lawful, since to save life there's no risk should stay our leap. It follows that all means to the lawful end are lawful likewise, poison, theft and flight. As for the priest's part, did he meddle or make? Enough that he too thought life jeopardized. Concede him then the colour charity casts on a doubtful course, if blackish white or whitish black. Will charity hesitate? What did he else but act the precept out, leave like a provident shepherd, his safe flock, to follow the single lamb and stray away? Best hope so, and think so, that the ticklish time i' the carriage, the tempting privacy, the last somewhat ambiguous accident at the inn, all may bear explanation. May? Then must. The letters, do they so incriminate? But what if the whole prove a prank o' the pen, flight of the fancy, none of theirs at all, bred of the vapours of my brain belike, or at worst mere exercise of scholar's wit in the courtly Caponsacchi verse? Convict? Did not Catullus write less seemly once? Yet doctus and unblemished he abides. Wherefore so ready to infer the worst? Still, I did righteously in bringing doubts for the law to solve. Take the solution now, seeing that the said associates, wife and priest, bear themselves not without some touch of blame, else why the pother, scandal, and outcry which trouble our peace and require chastisement? We for complicity in Pompilia's flight, and deviation, and carnal intercourse with the same, do set aside and relegate the Canon Caponsacchi for 3 years at Civita in the neighbourhood of Rome, and we consign Pompilia to the care of a certain sisterhood of penitents i' the city's self, expert to deal with such. Word for word, there's your judgment. Read it, lords. Re-utter your deliberate penalty for the crime yourselves establish. Your award, who chop a man's right hand off at the wrist for tracing with forefinger words in wine o' the table of a drinking booth that bear interpretation as they mock the church, who brand a woman black between the breasts for sinning by connection with a Jew, while for the Jew's self pudency be dumb. You mete out punishment such and such, yet so punish the adultery of wife and priest. Take note of that before the Molinas do. And read me right the riddle, since right must be. While I stood rapt away with wonderment, voices broke in upon my mood and muse. "Do you sleep?" began the friends at either ear. "The case is settled. You willed it should be so. None of our counsel always recollect. With law's award, budge back into your place. Your betters shall arrange the rest for you. We'll enter a new action, claim divorce. Your marriage was a cheat, themselves allow. You erred i' the person, might have married thus your sister or your daughter unaware. We'll gain you that way liberty at least, sure of so much by law's own showing. Up and off with you and your unluckiness. Leave us to bury the blunder, sweep things smooth. I was in humble frame of mind, be sure. I bowed, betook me to my place again. Station by station, I retraced the road, touched at this hostel, passed this post house by, where, fresh remembered yet, the fugitives had risen to the heroic stature. Still, that was the bench they sat on, there's the board they took the meal at, yonder garden ground they leaned across the gate of. Ever a word o' the Helen and the Paris, with "Ha, you're he, the much commiserated husband?" Step by step, across the pelting did I reach Arezzo, underwent the archway's grin, traversed the length of sarcasm in the street, found myself in my horrible house once more, and after a colloquy, no word assists, with the mother and the brothers, stiffened me straight out from head to foot, as dead man does, and thus, prepared for life as he for hell, marched to the public square and met the world. Apologise for the pincers, palliate screws, ply me with such toy trifles, I entreat. Trust who has tried both sulphur and sops in wine. End of section 63. Section 64 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. I played the man as I best might, bade friends put non-essentials by and face the fact. What need to hang myself as you advise? The paramour is banished, the ocean's width, or the suburbs' length, to Ultima Thule, say, or Proxima Civitas. What's the odds of name and place? He's banished, and the fact's the thing. Why should law banish innocence an inch? Here's guilt, then. What else do I care to know? The adulteress lies imprisoned, whether in a well with bricks above and a snake for company, or tied by a garter to a bedpost. Much I mind what's little, least's enough and to spare. The little fillip on the coward's cheek serves as though Crabtree cudgel broke his pate. Law has pronounced there's punishment, less or more. And I take note o' the fact and use it thus: for the first flaw in the original bond, I claim release. My contract was to wed the daughter of Pietro and Violante. Both protest they never had a child at all. Then I have never made a contract. Good! Cancel me quick the thing pretended won. I shall be free. What matter if hurried over the harbour boom by a great favouring tide, or the last of a spent ripple that lifts and leaves? The Abate is about it. Laugh who wins. You shall not laugh me out of faith in law. I listen through all your noise to Rome. Rome spoke. In 3 months' letters thence admonished me, your plan for the divorce is all mistake. It would hold now had you, taking thought to wed Rachel of the blue eye and golden hair Found swarth-skinned Leah cumber couch next day. But Rachel, blue-eyed, golden-haired, aright, proving to be only Laban's child, not Lot's, remains yours all the same for evermore. No whit to the purpose is your plea. You err I' the person and the quality, nowise in the individual. That's the case in point. You go to the ground, are met by a cross suit For separation of the Rachel here From bed and board. She is the injured one. You did the wrong and have to answer it. As for the circumstance of imprisonment, And colour it lends to this your new attack, Never fear, that point is considered too. The durance is already at an end. The convent quiet preyed upon her health. She is transferred now to her parents' house. No parents, when that cheats and plunders you, But parentage again, confessed in full, When such confession pricks and plagues you more. As now, for this their house is not the house in Via Vittoria Wherein neighbours' watch might incommode The freedom of your wife, but a certain villa Smothered up in vines at the town's edge By the gate I' the Pauline way, out of eye reach, out of earshot, little and lone, Whither a friend at Civita, we hope, a good half-dozen hours' ride off, Might some eve betake himself, and whence ride back some morn, nobody the wiser. But be that as it may, do not afflict your brains with trifles now. You have still 3 suits to manage, all and each ruinous truly, Should the event play false. It is indeed the likelier so to do, That brother Paul, your single prop and stay, After a vain attempt to bring the Pope To set aside procedures, sit himself And summarily use prerogative, Afford us the infallible fingers tacked To disentwine your tangle of affairs. Paul, finding it moreover past his strength To stem the eruption, bear Rome's ridicule of, since friends must speak, to be round with you, of the old outwitted husband, wronged and wroth, pitted against a brace of juveniles, a brisk priest who is versed in Ovid's art more than his Summa, and a gamesome wife able to act Corinna without book, beside the waggish parents who play dupes to dupe the duper, and truly divers scenes of the Arezzo palace tickle rib and tease eye till the tears come, so we laugh. Nor once the shock at the inn, its comic force. And then the letters and poetry, merum sal. Powell, finally, in such a state of things, after a brief temptation to go jump and join the fishes in the Tiber, drowns sorrow another and a wiser way. House and goods he has sold all off is gone, leaves Rome, whether for France or Spain, who knows, or Britain almost divided from our orb, you have lost him anyhow. End of section 64. Section 65 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. Now, I see my lords shift in their seat. Would I could do the same. They probably please expect my bile was moved to purpose, nor much blame me. Now they judge the fiery titillation urged my flesh break through the bonds. By your pardon, no, sweet sirs. I got such missives in the public place. When I sought home, with such news, mounted stair, and set at last in the sombre gallery, 'twas autumn, the old mother, in bed betimes, having to bear that cold, the finer frame of her daughter-in-law had found intolerable. The brother walking misery away o' the mountain-side with dog and gun belike. As I supped, ate the coarse bread, drank the wine, weak once, now acrid with the toad's head squeeze, my wife's bestowment, I broke silence thus. Let me, a man, manfully meet the fact, confront the worst o' the truth, end and have peace. I am irremediably beaten here. The gross, illiterate, vulgar couple, bah! Why, they have measured forces, mastered mine, made me their spoil and prey from first to last. They have got my name, 'tis nailed now fast to theirs. The child or changeling is anyway my wife. Point by point, as they plan, they execute. They gain all, and I lose all, even to the lure that led to loss. They have the wealth again they hazarded a while to hook me with. Have caught the fish and find the bait entire. They even have their child or changeling back to trade with, turned to account a second time. The brother, presumably, might tell a tale or give a warning. He, too, flies the field, and with him vanish help and hope of help. They have caught me in the cavern where I fell, covered my loudest cry for human aid with this enormous paving stone of shame. Well, are we demigods or merely clay? Is success still attendant on desert? Is this we live on, heaven, and the final state, or earth? Which means probation to the end? Why claim escape from man's predestined lot of being beaten and baffled? God's decree, in which I, bowing bruised head, acquiesce. One of us Franceschini fell long since I' the Holy Land. Betrayed, tradition runs, to Paynims by the feigning of a girl he rushed to free from ravisher, and found lay safe enough with friends in ambuscade, who flayed him while she clapped her hands and laughed. Let me end, falling by a like device. It will not be so hard. I am the last of my line, which will not suffer any more. I have attained to my full 50 years. About the average of us all, 'tis said, though it seems longer to the unlucky man. Lived through my share of life. Let all end here, me and the house and grief and shame at once. Friends, my informants, I can bear your blow. And I believe 'twas in no unmeet match for the Stoic's mood, with something like a smile, that, when morose December roused me next, I took into my hand, broke seal to read the new epistle from Rome. All to no use, whate'er the turn next injury take, smiled I. Here's one has chosen his part and knows his cue. I am done with, dead now. Strike away, good friends. Are the 3 suits decided in a trice? Against me, there's no question. How does it go? Is the parentage of my wife demonstrated infamous to her wish? Parades she now loosed of the cincture that so irked the loin? Is the last penny extracted from my purse to mulct me for demanding the first pound was promised in return for value paid? Has the priest, with nobody to court beside, courted the muse in exile, hitched my hap into a rattling ballad rhyme, which, bawled at tavern doors, wakes rapture everywhere, and helps cheap wine down throat this Christmas time, beating the bagpipes? Any or all of these? As well, good friends, you cursed my palace here to its old cold stone face, stuck your cap for crest over the shield that's extant in the square, or spat on the statue's cheek the impatient world sees cumber tomb-top in our family church. Let him creep under covert, as I shall do, half below ground already indeed. Good-bye. My brothers are priests, and childless, so that's well. And thank God most for this, no child leave I. None after me to bear till his heart break the being a Franceschini and my son. End of section 65. Section 66 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. Nay, said the letter, but you have just that. A babe, your veritable son and heir, lawful. 'Tis only 8 months since your wife left you, so son and heir, your babe was born last Wednesday in the villa. You see the cause for quitting convent without beat of drum, stealing a hurried march to this retreat that's not so savage as the sisterhood to slips and stumbles. Pietro's heart is soft, Violante leans to pity's side. The pair ushered you into life a bouncing boy, and he's already hidden away and safe from any claim on him you mean to make. They need him for themselves, don't fear, they know the use o' the bantling, the nerve thus laid bare to nip at, new and nice, with finger-nail. Then I rose up like fire, and fire-like roared. What? All is only beginning, not ending now? The worm which wormed its way from skin through flesh to the bone, and there lay biting, did its best. What? It goes on to scrape at the bone's self, will wind to inmost marrow and madden me? There's to be yet my representative. Another of the name shall keep displayed the flag with the ordure on it, brandished still, the broken sword has served to stir a jakes. Who will he be? How will you call the man? A Franceschini? When who cut my purse, filched my name, hemmed me round, hustled me hard as rogues at a fair, some fool they strip i' the midst, when these count gains, vaunt pillage presently. But a Caponsacchi, oh, be very sure, when what demands its tribute of applause is the cunning and impudence of the pair of cheats, the lies and lust of the mother, and the brave bold carriage of the priest, worthily crowned by a witness to his feet i' the following age. And how this threefold cord could hook and fetch and land Leviathan, that king of pride. Or, say, by some mad miracle of chance, is he indeed my flesh and blood, this babe? Was it because fate forged a link at last betwixt my wife and me, and both alike found we had henceforth some one thing to love? Was it when she could damn my soul indeed, she unlatched door, let all the devils of the dark dance in on me to cover her escape? Why then the surplusage of disgrace, the spilth over and above the measure of infamy, failing to take effect on my coarse flesh seasoned with scorn now, saturate with shame, is saved to instil on and corrode the brow, the baby softness of my firstborn child, the child I had died to see, though in a dream, the child I was bid strike out for, beat the wave and baffle the tide of troubles where I swam, so I might touch shore, lay down life at last at the feet so dim and distant and divine of the apparition, as 'twere Mary's babe had held, through night and storm, the torch aloft, born now in very deed to bear this brand on forehead and curse me who could not save. Rather be the town talk true, squares jest, streets jeer true, my own inmost heart's confession true, and he's the priest's bastard and none of mine. Ay, there was cause for flight, swift flight and sure. The husband gets unruly, breaks all bounds when he encounters some familiar face, fashion of feature, brow, and eyes and lips where he least looked to find them. Time to fly. This bastard, then, a nest for him is made, as the manner is of vermin, in my flesh. Shall I let the filthy pest buzz, flap, and sting, busy at my vitals, and nor hand nor foot lift, but let be, lie still, and rot resigned? No, I appeal to God. What says himself? How lessons nature when I look to learn? Why, that I am alive, am still a man with brain and heart and tongue and right hand too. Nay, even with friends, in such a cause as this, to right me if I fail to take my right. No more of law. A voice beyond the law enters my heart. Quis est pro Domino? Myself, in my own Vitiano, told the tale to my own serving people summoned there, told the first half of it, scarce heard to end by judges who got done with judgment quick and clamoured to go execute her hest, who cried, "Not one of us that dig your soil and dress your vineyard, prune your olive trees, but would have brained the man debauched our wife, and staked the wife whose lust allured the man, and punched the Duke, had it been possible, who ruled the land, yet barred us such revenge. I fixed on the first whose eyes caught mine, some 4 resolute youngsters with the heart still fresh, filled my purse with the residue of the coin uncaught up by my wife, whom haste made blind, donned the first rough and rural garb I found, took whatsoever weapon came to hand, and out we flung and on we ran or reeled Romeward. I have no memory of our way, only that, when at intervals the cloud of horror about me opened to let in life, I listened to some song in the ear, some snatch of a legend, relic of religion, stray fragment of record very strong and old, of the first conscience, the anterior right, the God's gift to mankind, impulse to quench the antagonistic spark of hell and tread Satan and all his malice into dust, declare to the world the one law, right is right. Then the cloud re-encompassed me, and so I found myself, as on the wings of winds, arrived. I was at Rome on Christmas Eve. End of section 66. Section 67 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. Festive bells. Everywhere the feast o' the Babe. Joy upon earth, peace and goodwill to man. I am baptized. I started and let drop the dagger. Where is it, his promised peace? 9 days of the birth feast did I pause and pray to enter into no temptation more. I bore the hateful house, my brother's once, deserted. Let the ghost of social joy mock and make mouths at me from empty room and idle door that missed the master's step, bore the frank wonder of incredulous eyes, as my own people watched without a word, waited from where they huddled round the hearth, black like all else, that nod so slow to come. I stopped my ears even to the inner call of the dread duty, heard only the song "Peace upon earth," saw nothing but the face of the holy infant, and the halo there, able to cover yet another face behind it, Satan's, which I else should see.
But day by day joy waned and withered off. The babe's face, premature with peak and pine, sank into wrinkled ruinous old age, suffering and death, then mist-like disappeared, and showed only the cross at end of all, left nothing more to interpose 'twixt me and the dread duty, for the angel's song, peace upon earth, louder and louder pealed, "O Lord, how long be unavenged?" On the 9th day this grew too much for man. I started up, some end must be. At once, silence, then scratching like a death watch tick slowly within my brain was syllabled. One more concession, one decisive way, and but one, to determine thee the truth. This way, in fine, I whisper in thy ear. Now doubt, anon decide, thereupon act. That is a way thou whisperest in my ear. I doubt, I will decide, then act, said I. Then beckoned my companions, time is come. And so, all yet uncertain, save the will to do right, and the daring aught save leave right undone, I did find myself at last i' the dark before the villa with my friends, and made the experiment, the final test, ultimate chance that ever was to be for the wretchedness inside. I knocked, pronounced the name, the predetermined touch for truth. What welcome for the wanderer? Open straight. To the friend, physician, friar upon his rounds, traveller belated, beggar lame and blind, no, but to Caponsacchi, and the door opened. And then? Why, even then, I think, i' the minute that confirmed my worst of fears, surely, I pray God that I think aright, had but Pompilia's self, the tender thing who once was good and pure, was once my lamb and lay in my bosom, had the well-known shape fronted me in the doorway, stood there faint with the recent pang perhaps of giving birth to what might, though by miracle, seem my child. Nay, more, I will say, had even the aged fool Pietro, the dotard, in whom folly and age wrought more than enmity or malevolence to practise and conspire against my peace, had either of these but opened, I had paused. But it was she, the hag, she that brought hell for a dowry with her to her husband's house, she, the mock mother, she that made the match and married me to perdition, spring and source o' the fire inside me that boiled up from heart to brain, and hailed the fury gave it birth. Violante Comparini, she it was, with the old grin amid the wrinkles yet, opened, as if in turning from the cross, with trust
to keep the sight and save my soul, I had stumbled, first thing, on the serpent's head coiled with a leer at foot of it. There was the end. Then was I rapt away by the impulse, one immeasurable everlasting wave of a need to abolish that detested life. 'Twas done. You know the rest, and how the folds o' the thing, twisting for help, involved the other two more or less serpent-like, how I was mad, blind, stamped on all, the earthworms with the asp, and ended so. You came on me that night, your officers of justice, caught the crime in the first natural frenzy of remorse? 20 miles off, sound sleeping as a child on a cloak i' the straw which promised shelter first, with the bloody arms beside me, was it not so? Wherefore not? Why, how else should I be found? I was my own self, had my sense again, my soul safe from the serpents. I could sleep, indeed, and, dear my lords, I shall sleep now, spite of my shoulder, in 5 minutes' space, when you dismiss me, having truth enough. It is but a few days are past, I find, since this adventure. Do you tell me 4? Then the dead are scarce quiet where they lie. Old Pietro, old Violante, side by side at the church Lorenzo. Oh, they know it well. So do I. But my wife is still alive, has breath enough to tell her story yet, her way, which is not mine, no doubt at all. And Caponsacchi, you have summoned him. Was he so far to send for? Not at hand? I thought some few o' the stabs were in his heart, or had not been so lavish, less had served. Well, he too tells his story, florid prose as smooth as mine is rough. You see, my lords, there will be a lying, intoxicating smoke born of the blood, confusion probably, for lies breed lies, but all that rests with you. The trial is no concern of mine. With me, the main of the care is over. I at least recognise who took that huge burthen off. Let me begin to live again. I did God's bidding and man's duty, so breathe free. Look you to the rest. I heard himself prescribe, that great physician, and dared lance the core of the bad ulcer, and the rage abates. I am myself and whole now. I prove cured by the eyes that see, the ears that hear again, the limbs that have relearned their youthful play, the healthy taste of food and feel of clothes, and taking to our common life once more. All that now urges my defence from death. The willingness to live? What means it else? Before, but let the very action speak. Judge for yourselves what life seemed worth to me, who, not by proxy but in person, pitched head foremost into danger as a fool that never cares if he can swim or no. so he but find the bottom, braves the brook. No man omits precaution, quite neglects secrecy, safety, schemes not how retreat, having schemed he might advance. Did I so scheme? Why, with a warrant, which 'tis ask and have, with horse thereby made mine without a word, I had gained the frontier and slept safe that night. Then my companions, call them what you please, slave or stipendiary, what need of one to me whose right hand did its owner's work? Hire an assassin, yet expose yourself? As well buy glove and then thrust naked hand i' the thorn bush. No, the wise man stays at home, sends only agents out, with pay to earn. At home, when they come back, he straight discards or else disowns. Why use such tools at all, when a man's foes are of his house like mine? Sit at his board, sleep in his bed. Why noise, when there's the acquetta and the silent way? Clearly, my life was valueless. End of section 67. Section 68 of The Ring in the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5, Count Guido Franceschini, continued. But now health is returned, and sanity of soul, no wise indifferent to the body's harm. I find the instinct bids me save my life. My wits, too, rally round me. I pick up and use the arms that strewed the ground before, unnoticed or spurned aside. I take my stand, make no defence. God shall not lose a life may do him further service, while I speak and you hear, you my judges and last hope. You are the law. 'Tis to the law I look. I began life by hanging to the law. To the law it is I hang till life shall end. My brother made appeal to the Pope, 'tis true, to stay proceedings, judge my cause himself, nor trouble law. Some fondness of conceit, that rectitude, sagacity suffice the investigator in a case like mine, dispensed with the machine of law. The Pope knew better, set aside my brother's plea and put me back to law, referred the cause ad judices meos, doubtlessly did well. Here then I clutch my judges, I claim law, cry by the higher law whereof your law o' the land is humbly representative. Cry on what point is it where either accuse, I fail to furnish you defence. I stand acquitted, actually or virtually, by every intermediate kind of court that takes account of right or wrong in man. Each unit in the series that begins with God's throne ends with the tribunal here. God breathes, not speaks, his verdicts felt not heard, passed on successively to each court I call man's conscience, customs, manners, all that make more and more effort to promulgate, mark God's verdict in determinable words, till last come human jurists, solidify fluid result. What's fixable lies forged, statute. The residue escapes in fume, yet hangs aloft, a cloud as palpable to the finer sense as word the legist welds. Justinian's pandects, only make precise what simply sparkled in men's eyes before, twitched in their brow or quivered on their lip, waited the speech they called but would not come. These courts, then, whose decree your own confirms. Take my whole life, not this last act alone, look on it by the light reflected thence. What has society to charge me with? Come, unreservedly, favour nor fear. I am Guido Franceschini, am I not? You know the courses I was free to take. I took just that which let me serve the Church. I gave it all my labour in body and soul till these broke down i' the service. Specify? Well, my last patron was a cardinal. I left him unconvicted of a fault, was even helped, by way of gratitude, into the new life that I left him for. This very misery of the marriage, he made it, kind soul, so far as in him lay, signed the deed where you yet may see his name. He is gone to his reward, dead, being my friend who could have helped here also, that of course. So far there's my acquittal, I suppose. Then comes the marriage itself. No question, lords, of the entire validity of that. In the extremity of distress, 'tis true, for after reasons, furnished abundantly, I wished the thing invalid, went to you only some months since, set you duly forth my wrong, and prayed your remedy that a cheat should not have force to cheat my whole life long. Annul a marriage? 'Tis impossible. Though ring about your neck be brass not gold, needs must it clasp, gangrene you all the same. Well, let me have the benefit, just so far o' the fact announced. My wife, then, is my wife. I have allowance for a husband's right. I am charged with passing right's due bound. Such acts as I thought just, my wife called cruelty, complained of in due form, convoked no court of common gossipry, but took her wrongs, and not once, but so long as patience served, to the town's top, jurisdiction's pride of place, to the Archbishop and the Governor. These heard her charge with my reply, and found that futile, this sufficient. They dismissed the hysteric, querulous rebel, and confirmed authority in its wholesome exercise, they with directest access to the facts. Ay, for it was their friendship favoured you, hereditary alliance against a breach i' the social order, prejudice for the name of Franceschini. So I hear it said, but not here. You, lords, never will you say, "Such is the nullity of grace and truth, such the corruption of the faith, such lapse of law, such warrant have the Molinas for daring reprehend us as they do, that we pronounce it just a common case, to dignitaries each in his degree first, foremost, this the spiritual head, and that the secular arm o' the body politic, should for mere wrongs, love and injustice sake, side with, aid and abet in cruelty this broken beggarly noble, bribed perhaps by his watered wine and mouldy crust of bread, rather than that sweet tremulous flower like wife
who kissed their hands and curled about their feet, looking the irresistible loveliness in tears that takes man captive, turns. Enough! Do you blast your predecessors? What forbids posterity to trebly blast yourselves who set the example and instruct their tongue? You dreaded the crowd, succumbed to the popular cry, or else would nowise seem defer thereto and yield to public clamour though i' the right. You riddled your eye of my unseemliness, the noble whose misfortune wearied you, or, what's more probable, made common cause with the cleric section, punished in myself maladroit, uncomplaisant laity, defective in behaviour to a priest who claimed the customary partnership i' the house and the wife. Lords, any lie will serve. Look to it, or allow me freed so far. End of section 68. Section 69 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 5. Count Guido Franceschini continued. Then I proceed a step. Come with clean hands thus far. Retell the tale told 8 months since. The wife you allow so far I have not wronged, has fled my roof, plundered me and decamped in company with the priest, her paramour, and I gave chase. Came up with, caught the two at the wayside inn, where both had spent the night, found them in flagrant fault, and found as well, by documents with name and plan and date, the fault was furtive then, that's flagrant now, their intercourse, a long established crime. I did not take the licence law self gives to slay both criminals o' the spot at the time, but held my hand, preferred play prodigy of patience, which the world calls cowardice, rather than seem anticipate the law, and cast discredit on its organs, you. So, to your bar I brought both criminals, and made my statement, heard their countercharge, nay, their corroboration of my tale, nowise disputing its alledgements, not i' the main, not more than nature's decency compels men to keep silence in this kind, only contending that the deeds avowed would take another colour and bear excuse. You were to judge between us, so you did. You disregard the excuse, you breathe away the colour of innocence, and leave guilt black. Guilty is the decision of the court, and that I stand in consequence untouched. One white integrity from head to heel. Not guilty? Why then did you punish them? True, punishment has been inadequate. 'Tis not I only, not my friends that joke, my foes that jeer, who echo inadequate. For by a chance that comes to helpful once, the same case simultaneously was judged at Arezzo, in the province of the court where the crime had beginning but not end. They then, deciding on but half of the crime, the effraction, robbery, features of the fault I never cared to dwell upon at Rome. What was it they adjudged as penalty to Pompilia? The one criminal of the pair amenable to their judgment, not the priest who is Rome's? Why,
just imprisonment for life I' the stinche. There was Tuscany's award to a wife that robs her husband. You at Rome, having to deal with adultery in a wife and in a priest, breach of the priestly vow, give gentle sequestration for a month in a manageable convent, then release, you call imprisonment, in the very house of the very couple the sole aim and end of the culprit's crime was, there to reach and rest and there take solace and defy me. Well, this difference twixt their penalty and yours is immaterial. Make your penalty less. Merely that she should henceforth wear black gloves and white fan, she who wore the opposite. Why, all the same, the fact of the thing subsists. Reconcile to your conscience as you may, be it on your own heads, you pronounced one half of the penalty for heinousness like hers and his. That's for a fault at carnival of comfit pelting past discretion's law, or accident to handkerchief in Lent which falls perversely as a lady kneels abruptly and but half conceals her neck. I acquiesce for my part. Punished, though by a pinpoint scratch, means guilty. Guilty means... What have I been but innocent hitherto? Anyhow, here the offence, being punished, ends. Ends? For you deemed so, did you not, sweet lords? That was throughout the veritable aim of the sentence, light or heavy, to redress recognised wrong? You righted me, I think? Well then, what if I, at this last of all, demonstrate you, as my whole pleading proves, no particle of wrong received thereby one atom of right? That cure grew worse disease? That in the process you call justice done, all along you have nipped away, just inch by inch, the creeping, climbing length of plague, breaking my tree of life from root to branch, and left me, after all, and every act of your interference, lightened of what load? At liberty wherein? Mere words and wind! Now I was saved, now I should feel no more the hot breath, find a respite from fixed eye and vibrant tongue. Why, scarce your back was turned, there was the reptile that feigned death at first, renewing its detested spire and spire around me, rising to such heights of hate that, so far from mere purpose now to crush and coil itself on the remains of me, body and mind, and their flesh fang content. Its aim is now to evoke life from death, make me anew, satisfy in my son the hunger I may feed but never sate, tormented on to perpetuity, my son whom, dead, I shall know, understand, feel, hear, see, never more escape the sight in heaven that's turned to hell, or hell returned, so rather say, to this same earth again, moulded into the image and made one, fashioned of soul as featured like in face, first taught to laugh and lisp, and stand and go by that thief, poisoner and adulteress I call Pompilia, he calls sacred name, be unpronounced, be unpolluted here, and last led up to the glory and prize of hate by his foster father, Caponsacchi's self, the perjured priest, pink of conspirators, tricksters and knaves, yet polished, superfine, manhood to model adolescence by. Lords, look on me, declare! When what I show is nothing more nor less than what you deemed and doled me out for justice, what did you say? For reparation, restitution, and more, will you not thank, praise, bid me to your breasts for having done the thing you thought to do, and thoroughly trampled out sin's life at last? I have heightened phrase to make your soft speech serve, doubled the blow you but essayed to strike, carried into effect your mandate here that else had fallen to ground, mere duty done, oversight of the master just supplied by zeal i' the servant. I, being used to serve, have simply, what is it they charge me with? Blackened again, made legible once more your own decree, not permanently writ, rightly conceived but all too faintly traced. It reads efficient now, comminatory, a terror to the wicked, answers so the mood o' the magistrate, the mind of law. Absolve then me, law's mere executant, protect your own defender, save me, sirs, give me my life, give me my liberty, my good name and my civic rights again. It would be too fond, too complacent, play into the hands of the devil. Should we lose the game here, I for God, a soldier be that yields his life, exenterate with the stroke o' the sting that saves the hive? I need that life, oh, never fear, I'll find life plenty use, though it should last 5 years more, aches and all. For, first thing, there's the mother's age to help. Let her come break her heart upon my breast, not on the blank stone of my nameless tomb. The fugitive brother has to be bidden back to the old routine, repugnant to the tread, of daily suit and service to the church, through gibe and jest, those stones that Shimei flung. I and the spirit-broken youth at home, the awe-struck altar ministrant, shall make amends for faith now palsied at the source, shall see truth yet triumphant, justice yet a victor in the battle of this world. Give me, for last, best gift, my son again, whom law makes mine. I take him at your word, mine be he, by miraculous mercy, lords. Let me lift up his youth and innocence to purify my palace, room by room purged of the memories, lend from his bright brow light to the old proud paladin, my sire, shrunk now for shame into the darkest shade of the tapestry, showed him once and shrouds him now. Then may we, strong from that rekindled smile, go forward, face new times, the better day. And when, in times made better through your brave decision now, might but Utopia be, Rome rife with honest women and strong men, manners reformed, old habits back once more, customs that recognise the standard worth, the wholesome household rule enforce again, husbands once more God's representative, wives like the typical spouse once more, and priests no longer men of Belial, with no aim at leading silly women captive, but of rising to such duties as yours now. Then will I set my son at my right hand and tell his father's story to this point, adding, the task seemed superhuman, still I dared and did it, trusting God and law, and they approved of me. Give praise to both. And if, for answer, he shall stoop to kiss my hand, and peradventure start thereat, I engage to smile. That was an accident i' the necessary process, just a trip o' the torture irons in their search for truth. Hardly misfortune, and no fault at all. End of section 69. End of chapter 5. Section 70 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi. Answer you, sirs. Do I understand aright? Have patience in this sudden smoke from hell. So things disguise themselves. I cannot see my own hand held thus broad before my face and know it again. Answer you. Then that means tell over twice what I, the first time, told 6 months ago. 'Twas here, I do believe, fronting you same three in this very room, I stood and told you. Yet now no one laughs, who then... Nay, dear my lords, but laugh you did, as good as laugh, what in a judge we style laughter. No levity, nothing indecorous, lords, only I think I apprehend the mood. There was the blameless shrug, permissible smirk, the pen's pretence at play with the pursed mouth, the titter stifled in the hollow palm which rubbed the eyebrow and caressed the nose when I first told my tale. They meant, you know, the sly one, all this we are bound to believe. Well, he can say no other than what he says. We have been young too. Come, there's greater guilt. Let him but decently disembroil himself, scramble from out the scrape, nor move the mud. We solid ones may risk a finger stretch. And now you sit as grave, stare as aghast as if I were a phantom. Now 'tis, friend, collect yourself, no laughing matter more. Counsel the court in this extremity. Tell us again. Tell that for telling which I got the jocular piece of punishment, was sent to lounge a little in the place whence now of a sudden here you summon me to take the intelligence from just your lips, you, Judge Tomati, who then tittered most, that she I helped 8 months since to escape her husband is retaken by the same 3 days ago, if I have seized your sense. I being disallowed to interfere, meddle, or make in a matter none of mine, for you and law were guardians quite enough for the innocent, without a pert priest's help, and that he has butchered her accordingly, as she foretold and as myself believed, and so foretelling and believing so, we were punished, both of us, the merry way. Therefore, Tell once again the tale. For what? Pompilia is only dying while I speak. Why does the mirth hang fire and miss the smile? My masters, there's an old book you should con for strange adventures applicable yet. 'Tis stuffed with, do you know that there was once this thing? A multitude of worthy folk took recreation, watched a certain group of soldiery intent upon a game. How first they wrangled, but soon fell to play, threw dice, the best diversion in the world. A word in your ear, they are now casting lots, ay, with that gesture quaint and cry uncouth, for the coat of one murdered an hour ago. I am a priest, talk of what I have learned. Pompilia is bleeding out her life belike, gasping away the latest breath of all, this minute while I talk, not while you laugh? Yet, being sobered now, what is it you ask by way of explanation? There's the fact. It seems to fill the universe with sight and sound. From the four corners of this earth tells itself over, to my sense at least. But you may want it lower set i' the scale, too vast, too close it clangs in the ear, perhaps. You'd stand back just to comprehend it more? Well then, let me, the hollow rock, condense the voice of the sea and wind, interpret you the mystery of this murder. God above! It is too paltry, such a transference of the storm's roar to the cranny of the stone. This deed you saw begin, why does its end surprise you? Why should the event enforce the lesson we ourselves learned, she and I, from the first of the fact, and taught you, all in vain? This Guido, from whose throat you took my grasp, was this man to be favoured now, or feared, let do his will, or have his will restrained in the relation with Pompilia? Say! Did any other man need interpose? Oh, though first comer, though as strange at the work, as fribble must be, coxcomb, fool that's near to knave as, say, a priest who fears the world. Was he bound brave the peril, save the doomed, or go on, sing his snatch and pluck his flower, keep the straight path and let the victim die? I held so. You decided otherwise, saw no such peril, therefore no such need to stop song, loosen flower, and leave path. Law was aware and watching, would suffice, wanted no priest's intrusion, palpably pretence, too manifest a subterfuge. Whereupon I, priest, coxcomb, fribble, and fool, ensconced me in my corner, thus rebuked, a kind of culprit, overzealous hound kicked for his pains to kennel. I gave place to you, and let the law reign paramount. I left Pompilia to your watch and ward, and now you point me there, and thus she lies. End of section 70. Section 71 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. Men, for the last time, what do you want with me? Is it you acknowledge, as it were, a use, a profit in employing me? At length I may conceivably help the august law? I am free to break the blow, next hawk that swoops on next dove, nor miss much of good repute? Or what if this your summons, after all, be but the form of mere release, no more, which turns the key and lets the captive go? I have paid enough in persona civita, am free. What more need I concern me with? Thank you. I am rehabilitated then, a very reputable priest. But she, the glory of life, the beauty of the world, the splendour of heaven, well, sirs, does no one move? Do I speak ambiguously? The glory, I say, and the beauty, I say, and splendour, still say I, who, a priest trained to live my whole life long on beauty and splendour solely at their source, God, have thus recognised my food in one, you tell me is fast dying while we talk, Pompilia. How does lenity to me remit one death-bed pang to her? Come, smile! The proper wink at the hot-headed youth who lets his soul show through transparent words, the mundane love that's sin and scandal too. You are all struck acquiescent now, it seems. It seems the oldest, gravest signor here, even the redoubtable Tomati, sits chop-fallen, understands how law might take service like mine, of brain and heart and hand in good part. Better late than never, law. You understand of a sudden, gospel too has a claim here, may possibly pronounce consistent with my priesthood, worthy Christ, that I endeavoured to save Pompilia? Then you were wrong, you see. That's well to see, though late. That's all we may expect of man this side the grave. His good is, knowing he is bad. Thus will it be with us when the books ope and we stand at the bar on Judgment Day. Well then, I have a mind to speak, see cause to relume the quenched flax by this dreadful light, burn my soul out in showing you the truth. I heard last time I stood here to be judged, what is priest's duty? Labour to pluck tares and weed the corn of Molinism. Let me make you hear this time how, in such a case, man, be he in the priesthood or at plough, mindful of Christ or marching step by step with what's his style, the other potentate who bids have courage and keep honour safe, nor let minuter admonition tease, how he is bound, better or worse, to act. Earth will not end through this misjudgment, no! For you and the others like you sure to come, fresh work is sure to follow, wickedness that wants withstanding. Many a man of blood, many a man of guile will clamour yet, bid you redress his grievance. As he clutched the prey, forsooth a stranger stepped between, and there's the good gripe in pure waste. My part is done. I' the doing it, I pass away out of the world. I want no more with earth. Let me, in heaven's name, use the very snuff o' the taper in one last spark shall show truth for a moment, show Pompilia who was true. Not for her sake, but yours. If she is dead, O sirs, she can be loved by none of you most or least priestly. Saints, to do us good, must be in heaven, I seem to understand. We never find them saints before, at least. Be her first prayer then presently for you. She had done the good to me.
What is all this? There, I was born, have lived, shall die a fool. This is a foolish outset, might with cause give colour to the very lie o' the man, the murderer, make as if I loved his wife. In the way he called love, he is the fool there. Why, had there been in me the touch of taint, I had picked up so much of knave's policy as hide it. Keep one hand pressed on the place suspected of a spot would damn us both. Oh no, not her. Not even if any of you dares think that I, i' the face of death, her death that's in my eyes and ears and brain and heart, lie, if he does, let him. I mean to say, so he stop there, stay thought from smirching her, the snow-white soul that angels fear to take untenderly. But all the same, I know I too am taintless, and I bare my breast. You can't think, men as you are, all of you, but that to hear thus suddenly such an end of such a wonderful white soul that comes of a man and murderer calling the white black must shake me, trouble and disadvantage. Sirs, only 17! Why, good and wise you are. You might at the beginning stop my mouth, so none would be to speak for her that knew. I talk impertinently, and you bear all the same. This it is to have to do with honest hearts. They easily may err, but in the main they wish well to the truth. You are Christians. Somehow no one ever plucked a rag, even from the body of the Lord, to wear and mock with, but despite himself he looked the greater and was the better. Yes, I shall go on now. Does she need or not I keep calm? Calm I'll keep as monk that croons transcribing battle, earthquake, famine, plague, from parchment to his cloister's chronicle. Not one word more from the point now. End of section 71. Section 72 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. I begin. Yes, I am one of your body and a priest. Also I am a younger son of the house oldest now, greatest once, in my birth town Arezzo. I recognise no equal there. I want all arguments, all sorts of arms that seem to serve. Use this for a reason, wait. Not therefore thrust into the church, because of the piece of bread one gets there. We were first of Fiesole, that rings still with the fame of Capo in Sacco our progenitor. When Florence ruined Fiesole, our folk migrated to the victor city and there flourished. Our palace and our tower attest. In the old Mercato, this was years ago, 400 full. No, it wants 14 just. Our arms are those of Fiesole itself, the shield quartered with white and red. A branch are the Salviati of us, nothing more. That were good help to the church, but better still. Not simply for the advantage of my birth I' the way of the world was I proposed for priest, but because there's an illustration, late I' the day, that's loved and looked to as a saint still in Arezzo. He was bishop of 60 years since. He spent to the last doit his bishop's revenue among the poor, and used to tend the needy and the sick, barefoot, because of his humility. He it was, when the Grand Duke Ferdinand swore he would raze our city, plough the place and sow it with salt, because we Aretines had tied a rope about the neck to hale the statue of his father from its base for hate's sake. He availed by prayers and tears to pacify the Duke and save the town. This was my father's father's brother. You see, for his sake, how it was I had a right to the self same office, bishop in the egg. So, grew i' the garb and prattled in the school, was made expect from infancy almost the proper mood o' the priest, till time ran by and brought the day when I must read the vows, declare the world renounced, and undertake to become priest and leave probation, leap over the ledge into the other life, having gone trippingly hitherto up to the height o'er the wan water, just a vow to read. I stopped short, awe-struck. How shall holiest flesh engage to keep such vow inviolate? How much less mine? I know myself too weak, unworthy. Choose a worthier, stronger man. And the very bishop smiled and stopped the mouth in its mid-protestation, incapable, qualmish of conscience. Thou ingenuous boy, clear up the clouds and cast thy scruples far. I satisfy thee there's an easier sense wherein to take such vow than suits the first rough rigid reading. Mark what makes all smooth, nay, has been even a solace to myself. The Jews who needs must, in their synagogue, utter sometimes the holy name of God, a thing their superstition boggles at, pronounce aloud the ineffable sacrosanct. How does their shrewdness help them? In this wise: another set of sounds they substitute, jumble so consonants and vowels. How should I know? That there grows from out the old quite a new word that means the very same, and o'er the hard place slide they with a smile. Giuseppe Maria Caponsacchi mine? Nobody wants you in these latter days to prop the church by breaking your backbone. As the necessary way was once, we know, when Dioclesian flourished and his like. That building of the buttress work was done by martyrs and confessors. Let it bide, add not a brick. But where you see a chink, stick in a sprig of ivy, or root a rose shall make amends and beautify the pile. We profit as you were the painfullest o' the martyrs, and you prove yourself a match for the cruellest confessor ever was. If you march boldly up and take your stand where their blood soaks, their bones yet strew the soil, and cry, "Take notice, I, the young and free and well-to-do i' the world, thus leave the world, cast in my lot thus, with no gay young world, but the grand old church, she tempts me of the two. Renounce the world? Nay. Keep and give it us. Let us have you, and boast of what you bring. We want the pick o' the earth to practise with, not its off-scouring, halt and deaf and blind in soul and body. There's a rubble stone unfit for the front o' the building, stuff to stow in a gap behind and keep us weather tight. There's porphyry for the prominent place. Good lack! Saint Paul has had enough and to spare, I trow, of ragged runaway Onesimus. He wants the right hand with the signet ring of King Agrippa now to shake and use.
I have a heavy scholar cloistered up, close under lock and key, kept at his task of letting Fenelon know the fool he is, in a book I promise Christendom next spring. Why, if he covets so much meat, the clown, as a lark's wing next Friday, or any day, diversion beyond catching his own fleas, he shall be properly swinged, I promise him. But you, who are so quite another paste of a man, do you obey me? Cultivate assiduous that superior gift you have of making madrigals. Who told me? Ha! Get done a Marinesque Adoniad straight, with a pulse o' the blood a pricking here and there, that I may tell the lady, and he's ours. End of section 72. Section 73 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6. Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. So I became a priest. Those terms changed all. I was good enough for that, nor cheated so. I could live thus and still hold head erect. Now you see why I may have been before a fribble and coxcomb, yet, as priest, break word no wise, to make you disbelieve me now. I need that you should know my truth. Well, then, according to prescription did I live, conformed myself, both read the breviary and wrote the rhymes, was punctual to my place I' the Pieve, and as diligent at my post where beauty and fashion rule. I throve apace, subdeacon, canon, the authority for delicate play at tarocks, and arbiter of the magnitude of fan mounts, all the while wanting no whit the advantage of a hint benignant to the promising pupil. Thus, enough attention to the Countess now, the young one, 'tis her mother rules the roast, we know where, and puts in a word. Go pay devoir tomorrow morning after Mass. Break that rash promise to preach Passion Week. Has it escaped you? The Archbishop grunts and snuffles when one grieves to tell his Grace no soul dares treat the subject of the day since his own masterly handling it 5 years ago, when somebody could help and touch up an odd phrase in time of need, and somebody helps you, my son. Therefore, don't prove so indispensable at the Pieve, sit more loose i' the seat, nor grow a fixture by attendance morn and eve. Arezzo's just a haven, midway Rome. Rome's the eventual harbour. Make for port, crowd sail, crack cordage, and your cargo be a polished presence, a genteel manner, wit at will, and tact at every pore of you. I sent our lump of learning, brother Clout and father Slouch, our piece of piety, to see Rome and try suit the Cardinal. Thither they clumped, beads and book in hand, and ever since 'tis meet for man and maid how both flopped down, prayed blessing on bent pate, bald many an inch beyond the tonsure's need, never once dreaming, the two moony dolts, there's nothing moves his eminence so much as, far from all this awe at sanctitude, heads that wag, eyes that twinkle, modified mirth at the closet lectures on the Latin tongue a lady learns so much by, we know where. Why, body o' Bacchus,
you should crave his rule for pauses in the elegiac couplet, chasms permissible only to Catullus. There! Now go do duty, brisk break Priscian's head by reading the day's office. There's no help. You've Ovid in your poke to plaster that. Amen's at the end of all? Then sup with me. Well, after 3 or 4 years of this life, in prosecution of my calling, I found myself at the theatre one night with a brother canon in a mood and mind proper enough for the place, amused or no. When I saw enter, stand and seat herself a lady, young, tall, beautiful, strange and sad. It was as when in our cathedral once, as I got yawningly through matin song, I saw Facchini bear a burden up, base it on the high altar, break away a board or two, and leave the thing inside lofty and lone, and lo, when next I looked, there was the Raphael. I was still one stare when, "Nay, I'll make her give you back your gaze," said Canon Conti. And at the word he tossed a paper twist of comfits to her lap, and dodged, and in a trice was at my back, nodding from over my shoulder. Then she turned, looked our way, smiled the beautiful, sad, strange smile. "Is she not fair? 'Tis my new cousin," said he. The fellow lurking there I' the black o' the box is Guido, the old scapegrace. She's his wife, married 3 years since. How his countship sulks! He has brought little back from Rome beside, after the bragging, bullying. A fair face, and, they do say, a pocket full of gold when he can worry both her parents dead. I don't go much there, for the chamber's cold and the coffee pale. I got a turn at first, paying my duty. I observed they crouched, the 2 old frightened family spectres, close in a corner, each on each like mouse on mouse I' the cat's cage. Ever since I stay at home. Hallo, there's Guido, the black, mean and small, bends his brows on us. Please to bend your own on the shapely nether limbs of light skirts there by way of a diversion. I was a fool to fling the sweetmeats. Prudence, for God's love. Tomorrow I'll make my peace, e'en tell some fib, try if I can't find means to take you there. That night and next day did the gaze endure, burnt to my brain as sunbeam through shut eyes, and not once changed the beautiful, sad, strange smile. At vespers, Conti leaned beside my seat I' the choir, part said, part sung. In excelsis, all's to no purpose. I have louted low, but he saw you staring. Quia sub, don't incline to know you nearer. Him we would not hold for Hercules. The man would lick your shoe if you and certain efficacious friends managed him warily. But there's the wife, spare her, because he beats her, as it is. She's breaking her heart quite fast enough. Jam tu! So be you rational, and make amends with little light skirts yonder, in saecula saeculorum. Ah, you rogue! Every one knows what great dame she makes jealous. 1 against 1, play and win both. End of section 73. Section 74 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. Sirs, ere the week was out, I saw and said to myself, Light skirts, Hyde's teeth would make a dog sick.
the great dame shows spite should drive a cat mad. 'Tis but poor work this, counting one's fingers till the sonnet's crowned. I doubt much if Marino really be a better bard than Dante after all. 'Tis more amusing to go pay said eve I' the Duomo, watch the day's last gleam outside turn as into a skirt of God's own robe, those lancet windows' jewelled miracle, than go eat the Archbishop's ortolans, digest his jokes. Luckily Lent is near. Who cares to look will find me in my stall at the Pieve, constant to this faith at least, never to write a canzonet any more. So, next week, 'twas my patron spoke abrupt in altered guise. "Young man, can it be true that after all your promise of sound fruit, you have kept away from Countess young or old and gone play truant in church all day long? Are you turning Molinist?" I answered quick, "Sir, what if I turned Christian?" It might be. The fact is, I am troubled in my mind, beset and pressed hard by some novel thoughts. This your Arezzo is a limited world. There's a strange Pope, 'tis said a priest who thinks. Rome is the port, you say? To Rome I go. I will live alone, one does so in a crowd, and look into my heart a little. Lent ended, I told friends, I shall go to Rome. One evening I was sitting in a muse over the opened Summa, darkened round by the mid-March twilight, thinking how my life had shaken under me, broke short indeed and showed the gap 'twixt what is, what should be. And into what abysm the soul may slip, leave aspiration here, achievement there, lacking omnipotence to connect extremes, thinking moreover, oh thinking if you like, how utterly dissociated was I, a priest and celibate, from the sad strange wife of Guido, just as an instant to the point, not more. How I had a whole store of strengths eating into my heart, which craved employ, and she, perhaps, need of a finger's help, and yet there was no way in the wide world to stretch out mine and so relieve myself. How when the page o' the Summa preached its best, her smile kept glowing out of it, as to mock the silence we could break by no one word. There came a tap without the chamber door and a whisper, when I bade who tapped speak out, and, in obedience to my summons, last in glided a masked muffled mystery, laid lightly a letter on the opened book, then stood with folded arms and foot demure, pointing as if to mark the minute's flight. I took the letter, read to the effect that she I lately flung the comfits to, had a warm heart to give me in exchange and gave it, loved me and confessed it thus, and bade me render thanks by word of mouth, going that night to such a side o' the house where the small terrace overhangs a street blind and deserted, not the street in front, her husband being away, the surly patch at his villa of Vittiano. "And you," I asked, "what may you be?" "Count Guido's kind of maid. Most of us have two functions in his house. We all hate him, the lady suffers much. 'Tis just we show compassion, furnish aid, specially since her choice is fixed so well. What answer may I bring to cheer the sweet Pompilia?" Then I took a pen and wrote, "No more of this: that you are fair I know. But other thoughts now occupy my mind. I should not thus have played the insensible once on a time. What made you, may one ask, marry your hideous husband? 'Twas a fault, and now you taste the fruit of it. Farewell! There, smiled I as she snatched it and was gone. There, let the jealous miscreant, Guido's self, whose mean soul grins through this transparent trick, be balked so far, defrauded of his aim. What fund of satisfaction to the knave had I kicked this his messenger downstairs, trussed to the middle of her impudence, setting his heart at ease so? No, indeed. There's the reply which he shall turn and twist at pleasure, snuff at till his brain grow drunk, as the bear does when he finds a scented glove that puzzles him, a hand and yet no hand, of other perfume than his own foul paw. Last month I had doubtless chosen to play the dupe, accepted the mock invitation, kept the sham appointment, cudgel beneath cloak, prepared myself to pull the appointer's self out of the window from his hiding place behind the gown of this part messenger, part mistress, who would personate the wife. Such had seemed once a jest permissible. Now I am not i' the mood. Back next morn, brought the messenger, a second letter in hand. You are cruel, Thyrsis, and Myrtilla moans neglected, but adores you, makes request for mercy. Why is it you dare not come? Such virtue is scarce natural to your age. You must love someone else. I hear you do, the baron's daughter or the advocate's wife, or both. All's one, would you make me the third? I take the crumbs from table gratefully, nor grudge who feasts there. Faith, I blush and blaze. Yet if I break all bounds, there's reason sure. Are you determinedly bent on Rome? I am wretched here, a monster tortures me. Carry me with you, come and say you will. Concert this very evening, do not write. I am ever at the window of my room over the terrace at the Ave, come. End of section 74. Section 75 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. I questioned, lifting half the woman's mask to let her smile loose. So, you gave my line to the merry lady? She kissed off the wax and put what paper was not kissed away in her bosom to go burn, but marry, no. She wept all night when evening brought no friend, alone, the unkind missive at her breast. Thus Philomel, the thorn at her breast too, sings. Writes this second letter. Even so. Then she may peep at vespers forth? What risk do we run o' the husband? Ah, no risk at all. He is more stupid even than jealous. Ah, that was the reason. Why, the man's away. Beside, his bugbear is that friend of yours, fat little Canon Conti. He fears him. How should he dream of you? I told you truth. He goes to the villa at Vittiano. 'Tis the time when spring sap rises in the vine, spends the night there, and then his wife's a child. Does he think a child outwits him? A mere child? Yet so full grown, a dish for any duke. Don't quarrel longer with such cates, but come. I wrote. In vain do you solicit me. I am a priest, and you are wedded wife, whatever kind of brute your husband prove. I have scruples, in short, yet should you really show sign at the window? But nay, best be good.
My thoughts are elsewhere. Take her that. Again, let the incarnate meanness cheat and spy, mean to the marrow of him, make his heart his food, anticipate hell's worm once more. Let him watch, shivering at the window, ay, and let this hybrid, this his light of love and lackey of lies, a sage economy, paid with embracings for the rank brass coin, let her report and make him chuckle o'er the breakdown of my resolution now, and lour at disappointment in good time. So tantalise and so enrage by turns, until the two fall each on the other like two famished spiders, as the coveted fly that toys long leaves their net and them at last. And so the missives followed thick and fast for a month, say. I still came at every turn on the soft sly adder, endlong 'neath my tread. I was met i' the street, made sign to in the church. A slip was found i' the door sill, scribbled word 'twixt page and page o' the prayer book in my piece. A crumpled thing dropped even before my feet, pushed through the blind, above the terrace rail, as I passed, by day, the very window once. And ever from corners would be peering up the messenger with the self same demand: obdurate still? No flesh but adamant? Nothing to cure the wound, assuage the throe o' the sweetest lamb that ever loved a bear? And ever my one answer in one tone: "Go your ways, temptress, let a priest read, pray unplagued of vain talk, visions not for him. In the end you'll have your will and ruin me." One day a variation: thus I read: "You have gained little by timidity. My husband has found out my love at length. Sees cousin Conti was the stalking horse, And you the game he covered, poor fat soul. My husband is a formidable foe, Will stick at nothing to destroy you. Stand prepared, or better run till you reach Rome. I bade you visit me, when the last place My tyrant would have turned suspicious at, Or cared to seek you in, was, why say where? But now all's changed. Beside, the season's past at the villa, wants the master's eye no more. Anyhow, I beseech you, stay away from the window, he might well be posted there. I wrote, "You raise my courage or call up my curiosity, who am but man. Tell him he owns the palace, not the street under. That's his and yours and mine alike. If it should please me pad the path this eve, Guido will have two troubles: first to get into a rage, and then get out again. Be cautious though, at the Ave." You of the court, when I stood question here And reached this point o' the narrative, search notes and see, and say if some one did not interpose with smile and sneer, and prithee why so confident that the husband must of all needs, not the wife, fabricate thus? What if the lady loved? What if she wrote the letters? Learned Sir, I told you there's a picture in our church. Well, if a low-browed verger sidled up bringing me, like a blotch on his prod's point, a transfixed scorpion, let the reptile writhe, and then said, "See a thing that Raphael made! This venom issued from Madonna's mouth," I should reply, "Rather the soul of you has issued from your body, like from like, by way of the ordure corner." But no less I tired of the same black teasing lie Obtruded thus at every turn: the pest Was far too near the picture, anyhow. One does Madonna service, making clowns Remove their dung heap from the sacristy. "I will to the window, as he tempts," said I. "Yes, whom the easy love has failed allure, "This new bait of adventure may," he thinks. While the imprisoned lady keeps afar, There will they lie in ambush, heads alert, Kith, kin and count mustered to bite my heel. No mother nor brother viper of the brood Shall scuttle off without the instructive bruise. End of section 75. Section 76 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. So I went, crossed street and street. The next street's turn I stand beneath the terrace, see above the black of the ambush window. Then, in place of hand's throw of soft prelude over lute and cough that clears way for the ditty last, I began to laugh already. He will have out of the hole you hide in, on to the front, Count Guido Franceschini, show yourself. Hear what a man thinks of a thing like you, and after, take this foulness in your face. The words lay living on my lip. I made the one turn more, and there at the window stood, Framed in its black square length, with lamp in hand, Pompilia, the same great, grave, griefful air As stands i' the dusk on altar that I know, Left alone with one moonbeam in her cell, Our Lady of all the Sorrows. Ere I knelt, assured myself that she was flesh and blood, she had looked one look and vanished. I thought, just so, it was herself. They have set her there to watch station to see some wedding band go by, on fair pretence that she must bless the bride, or wait some funeral with friends wind past, and crave peace for the corpse that claims its due. She never dreams they used her for a snare, and now withdraw the bait has served its turn. Well done the husband, who shall fare the worse? And on my lip again was "Out with thee, Guido!" when all at once she reappeared, but this time on the terrace overhead, so close above me she could almost touch my head if she bent down. And she did bend, while I stood still as stone, all eye, all ear. She began, "You have sent me letters, sir. I have read none. I can neither read nor write. But she you gave them to, a woman here, One of the people in whose power I am, Partly explained their sense, I think, to me Obliged to listen while she inculcates That you, a priest, can dare love me, a wife, Desire to live or die as I shall bid. She makes me listen if I will or no. Because you saw my face a single time, It cannot be she says the thing you mean. Such wickedness were deadly to us both. But good true love would help me now so much. I tell myself you may mean good and true. You offer me, I seem to understand, Because I am in poverty and starve, Much money, where one piece would save my life. The silver cup upon the altar cloth Is neither yours to give nor mine to take, But I might take one bit of bread therefrom, Since I am starving, and return the rest, Yet do no harm. This is my very case. I am in that strait, I may not abstain From so much of assistance as would bring The guilt of theft on neither you nor me, But no superfluous particle of aid. I think,
if you will let me state my case. Even had you been so fancy-fevered here, not your sound self, you must grow healthy now, care only to bestow what I can take. That it is only you in the wide world, knowing me nor in thought nor word nor deed, who, all unprompted save by your own heart, come proffering assistance now, were strange, but that my whole life is so strange, as strange it is my husband whom I have not wronged should hate and harm me. For his own soul's sake, hinder the harm. But there is something more, and that the strangest. It has got to be somehow for my sake too, and yet not mine. This is a riddle. For some kind of sake not any clearer to myself than you, and yet as certain as that I draw breath. I would fain live, not die, oh no, not die. My case is, I was dwelling happily at Rome with those dear comparini, called father and mother to me, when at once I found I had become Count Guido's wife, who then, not waiting for a moment, changed into a fury of fire, if once he was merely a man. His face threw fire at mine. He laid a hand on me that burned all peace, all joy, all hope, and last all fear away, dipping the bough of life, so pleasant once, in fire which shrivelled leaf and bud alike, burning not only present life but past, which you might think was safe beyond his reach. He reached it though, since that beloved pair, my father once, my mother all those years, that loved me so, now say I dreamed a dream, and bid me wake, henceforth no child of theirs, never in all the time their child at all. Do you understand? I cannot, yet so it is. Just so I say of you that proffer help. I cannot understand what prompts your soul. I simply needs must see that it is so. Only one strange and wonderful thing more. They came here with me, those two dear ones, kept all the old love up, till my husband, till his people here so tortured them, they fled. And now, is it because I grow in flesh and spirit one with him, their torturer, that they, renouncing him, must cast off me? If I were graced by God to have a child, could I one day deny God graced me so? Then, since my husband hates me, I shall break no law that reigns in this fell house of hate, by letting have effect so much of hate as hides me from that whole of hate would take my life, which I want and must have, just as I take from your excess of love enough to save my life with all I need. The Archbishop said to murder me were sin. My leaving Guido were a kind of death with no sin. More death he must answer for. Hear now, what death to him and life to you I wish to pay and owe. Take me to Rome. You go to Rome, the servant makes me hear. Take me as you would take a dog, I think, masterless, left for strangers to maltreat. Take me home like that. Leave me in the house where the father and the mother are, and soon they'll come to know and call me by my name, their child once more, since child I am, for all they now forget me, which is the worst o' the dream, and the way to end dreams is to break them, stand, walk, go. Then help me to stand, walk, and go. The Governor said the strong should help the weak. You know how weak the strongest women are. How could I find my way there by myself? I cannot even call out, make them hear. Just as in dreams, I have tried and proved the fact. I have told this story and more to good great men. The Archbishop and the Governor, they smiled. Stop your mouth, fair one. Presently they frowned. "Get you gone! Disengage you from our feet!" I went in my despair to an old priest, only a friar, no great man like these two, but good, the Augustinian, people name Romano. He confessed me 2 months since. He fears God, why then needs he fear the world? And when he questioned how it came about that I was found in danger of a sin, despair of any help from Providence, "Since, though your husband outrage you," said he, "that is a case too common, the wives die or live, but do not sin so deep as this." Then I told, what I never will tell you, how worse than husband's hate I had to bear the love, soliciting to shame called love, of his brother, the young idle priest o' the house with only the devil to meet there. This is grave. Yes, we must interfere. I counsel, write to those who used to be your parents once, of dangers here, bid them convey you hence. "But," said I, "when I neither read nor write?" Then he took pity and promised, "I will write." If he did so, why, they are dumb or dead. Either they give no credit to the tale, or else, wrapped wholly up in their own joy of such escape, they care not who cries, still o' the clutches. Anyhow, no word arrives. All such extravagance and dreadfulness seems incident to dreaming, cured one way. Wake me! The letter I received this morn said, if the woman spoke your very sense, you would die for me. I can believe it now, for now the dream gets to involve yourself. First of all, you seemed wicked and not good. In writing me those letters, you came in like a thief upon me. I this morning said in my extremity, entreat the thief, try if he have in him no honest touch. A thief might save me from a murderer. 'Twas a thief said the last kind word to Christ. Christ took the kindness and forgave the theft. And so did I prepare what I now say. But now that you stand and I see your face, though you have never uttered word yet, well, I know. Here too has been dream work, delusion too, and that at no time you with the eyes here ever intended to do wrong by me, nor wrote such letters therefore. It is false, and you are true, have been true, will be true. To Rome then, when is it you take me there? Each minute lost is mortal. When, I ask? End of section 76. Section 77 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. I answered, "It shall be when it can be. I will go hence and do your pleasure, find the sure and speedy means of travel, then come back and take you to your friends in Rome. There wants a carriage, money and the rest, a day's work by tomorrow at this time. How shall I see you in a sure escape?" She replied, "Pass tomorrow at this hour. If I am at the open window, well: if I am absent, drop a handkerchief and walk by. I shall see from where I watch and know that all is done. Return next eve and next, and so till we can meet and speak." "Tomorrow at this hour I pass," said I. She was withdrawn. Here is another point I bid you pause at. When I told thus far, some one said subtly, "Here at least was found your confidence in error. You perceived the spirit of the letters, in a sort, had been the lady's, if the body should be supplied by Guido. Say he forged them all. Here was the unforged fact. She sent for you, spontaneously elected you to help, what men call loved you. Guido read her mind, gave it expression to assure the world the case was just as he foresaw. He wrote, she spoke. Sirs, that first simile serves still. That falsehood of a scorpion hatched, I say, nowhere i' the world but in Madonna's mouth. Go on, suppose that falsehood foiled, next eve Pictured Madonna, raised her painted hand, Fixed the face Raphael bent above the babe On my face as I flung me at her feet. Such miracle vouchsafed and manifest, would that prove the first lying tale was true? Pompilia spoke, and I at once received, Accepted my own fact, my miracle Self-authorised and self-explained. She chose to summon me and signify her choice. Afterward, oh, I gave a passing glance To a certain ugly cloud shape, goblin shred Of hell smoke hurrying past the splendid moon, Out now to tolerate no darkness more, And saw right through the thing that tried to pass For truth and solid, not an empty lie. So he not only forged the words for her, But word for me, made letters he called mine. What I sent, he retained, gave these in place, All by the mistress messenger, as I recognised her at potency of truth, So she, by the crystalline soul, knew me, Never mistook the signs. Enough of this. Let the wraith go to nothingness again. Here is the orb, have only thought for her. Thought? Nay, Sirs, what shall follow was not thought. I have thought sometimes, and thought long and hard. I have stood before, gone round a serious thing, Tasked my whole mind to touch and clasp it close. As I stretch forth my arm to touch this bar, God and man, and what duty I owe both, I dare to say I have confronted these in thought, but no such faculty helped here. I put forth no thought, powerless all that night I paced the city. It was the first spring. By the invasion I lay passive to, in rushed new things, the old were rapt away, Alike abolished, the imprisonment Of the outside air, the inside weight o' the world, That pulled me down. Death meant to spurn the ground, Soar to the sky, die well and you do that. The very immolation made the bliss. Death was the heart of life, and all the harm My folly had crouched to avoid now proved A veil hiding all gain my wisdom strove to grasp. As if the intense centre of the flame Should turn a heaven to that devoted fly, Which hitherto, sophist alike and sage, Saint Thomas with his sober grey goose quill, And sinner Plato by Cephesian reed, Would fain, pretending just the insect's good, Whisk off, drive back, consign to shade again. Into another state, under new rule, I knew myself was passing swift and sure, Whereof the initiatory pang approached, Felicitous annoy, as bitter-sweet As when the virgin band, the victors chased, Feel at the end the earthly garments drop, And rise with something of a rosy shame Into immortal nakedness. So I lay, and let come the proper throe Would thrill into the ecstasy and out throb pain. End of section 77. Section 78 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. I' the grey of dawn, it was I found myself facing the pillared front of the Pieve, mine, my church. It seemed to say for the first time, "But am not I the bride, the mystic love o' the Lamb, who took thy plighted troth, my priest, to fold thy warm heart on my heart of stone and freeze thee nor unfasten any more? This is a fleshly woman, let the free bestow their life blood, thou art pulseless now." See, day by day I had risen and left this church at the signal waved me by some foolish fan. With half a curse and half a pitying smile for the monk I stumbled over in my haste, prostrate and corpse-like at the altar foot intent on his corona. Then the church was ready with her quip, if word conduced, to quicken my pace nor stop for prating. There, be thankful you are no such ninny. Go rather to teach a black-eyed novice cards than gabble Latin and protrude that nose smooth to a sheep's, through no brains and much faith. That sort of incentive. Now the church changed tone. Now, when I found out first that life and death are means to an end, that passion uses both, indisputably mistress of the man whose form of worship is self-sacrifice. Now, from the stone lungs sighed the scrannel voice, "Leave that passion, come be dead with me," as if, i' the fabled garden, I had gone on great adventure, plucked in ignorance hedge-fruit and feasted to satiety, laughing at such high fame for hips and haws, and scorned the achievement. Then come all at once o' the prize o' the place, the thing of perfect gold, the apple's self, and scarce my eye on that was ware as well o' the sevenfold dragon's watch. Sirs, I obeyed. Obedience was too strange. This new thing that had been struck into me by the look of the lady, to dare disobey the first authoritative word. 'Twas God's. I had been lifted to the level of her, could take such sounds into my sense. I said, "We two are cognizant o' the Master now. It is she bids me bow the head. How true! I am a priest, I see the function here. I thought the other way self-sacrifice. This is the true, seals up the perfect sum. I pay it, sit down, silently obey." So I went home. Dawn broke, noon broadened. I sat stone still, let time run over me. The sun slanted into my room, had reached the west. I opened book. Aquinas blazed with one black name only on the white page. I looked up, saw the sunset, vespers rang. She counts the minutes till I keep my word and come say all is ready. I am a priest, duty to God is duty to her. I think God, who created her, will save her too some new way, by one miracle the more, without me. Then prayer may avail perhaps. I went to my own place i' the Pieve, read the office. I was back at home again, sitting in the dark. Could she but know that were there good in this distinct from God's, really good as it reached her, though procured by a sin of mine, I should sin. God forgives. She knows it is no fear withholds me. Fear? Of what?
Suspense here is the terrible thing. If she should, as she counts the minutes, come on the fantastic notion that I fear the world now, fear the Archbishop, fear perhaps Count Guido, he who, having forged the lies, may wait the work, attend the effect, I fear the sword of Guido? Let God see to that. Hating lies, let not her believe a lie. Again the morning found me. I will work, tide down my foolish thoughts. Thank God, so far, I have saved her from a scandal, stopped the tongues had broken else into a cackle and hiss around the noble name. Duty is still wisdom. I have been wise. So the day wore. At evening. But, achieving victory, I must not blink the priest's peculiar part, nor shrink to counsel, comfort. Priest and friend. How do we discontinue to be friends? I will go minister, advise her seek help at the source, above all, not despair. There may be other happier help at hand. I hope it. Wherefore then neglect to say? End of section 78. Section 79 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. There she stood, leaned there for the second time over the terrace, looked at me, then spoke. "Why is it you have suffered me to stay breaking my heart 2 days more than was need? Why delay help your own heart yearns to give? You are again here in the selfsame mind, I see here steadfast in the face of you. You grudge to do no one thing that I ask. Why then is nothing done? You know my need. Still, through God's pity on me, there is time and 1 day more. Shall I be saved or no?" I answered, "Lady, waste no thought, no word, even to forgive me. Care for what I care, only. Now follow me as I were fate. Leave this house in the dark to-morrow night, just before daybreak. There's new moon this eve, it sets, and then begins the solid black. Descend, proceed to the Torrione. Step over the low dilapidated wall, take San Clemente, there's no other gate unguarded at the hour. Some paces thence an inn stands, cross to it, I shall be there." She answered, "If I can but find the way, but I shall find it, go now." I did go, took rapidly the route myself prescribed, stopped at Torrione, climbed the ruined place, proved that the gate was practicable, reached the inn, no eye, despite the dark, could miss, knocked there and entered, made the host secure. "With Caponsacchi it is ask and have. I know my betters. Are you bound for Rome? I get swift horse and trusty man," said he. Then I retraced my steps, was found once more in my own house for the last time. There lay the broad pale opened Summa. Shut his book, there's other showing. 'Twas a Thomas too obtained, more favoured than his namesake here. A gift tied faith fast, foiled the tug of doubt. Our Lady's girdle, down he saw it drop as she ascended into heaven, they say. He kept that safe and bade all doubt adieu. I too have seen a lady and hold a grace. I know not how the night passed. Morning broke. Presently came my servant. "Sir, this eve, do you forget?" I started. "How forget? What is it you know?" With due submission, Sir, this being last Monday in the month but one, and a vigil, since to-morrow is Saint George, and feast day, and moreover day for copes, and Canon Conti now away a month, and Canon Crispi sour because, forsooth, you let him sulk in stall and bear the brunt of the octave. Well, Sir, 'tis important. True. Hearken, I have to start for Rome this night. No word, lest Crispi overboil and burst. Provide me with a laic dress. Throw dust i' the Canon's eye. Stop his tongue's scandal, so. See, there's a sword in case of accident. I knew the knave knew me. And thus through each familiar hindrance of the day Did I make steadily for its hour and end, Felt time's old barrier growth of right and fit Give way through all its twines and let me go. Use and wont recognise the accepted man, Let speed the special service, and I sped Till, at the dead between midnight and morn, There was I at the goal before the gate, With a tune in the ears, low leading up to loud, A light in the eyes, faint that would soon be flare, Ever some spiritual witness, new and new In faster frequence, crowding solitude To watch the way o' the warfare, till at last, When the ecstatic minute must bring birth, Began a whiteness in the distance, waxed whiter and whiter, near grew and more near, till it was she. There did Pompilia come, the white I saw shine, through her was her soul certainly, for the body was one black, black from head down to foot. She did not speak, glided into the carriage. So a cloud gathers the moon up. By San Spirito, to Rome, as if the road burned underneath! Reach Rome, then hold my head in pledge, I pay the run and the risk to heart's content. Just that I said, then in another tick of time, Sprang, was beside her, she and I alone. So it began, our flight through dusk to clear, Through day and day again to night once more, And to last dreadful dawn of all. Sirs, how should I lie quiet in my grave Unless you suffer me wring drop by drop My brain dry, make a riddance of the drench Of minutes with a memory in each, Recorded motion, breath or look of hers, Which poured forth would present you one pure glass, Mirror you plain, as God see glassed in gold His saints, the perfect soul, Pompilia? Men, you must know that a man gets drunk With truth stagnant inside him. Oh, they've killed her, Sirs! Can I be calm? Calmly. Each incident proves, I maintain, That action of the flight for the true thing it was. The first faint scratch o' the stone will test its nature, Teach its worth to idiots who name Parian coprolite. After all, I shall give no glare, at best only display you certain scattered lights Lamping the rush and roll of the abyss. Nothing but here and there a fire point pricks Wavelet from wavelet. Well. End of section 79. Section 80 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. For the first hour we both were silent in the night, I know. Sometimes I did not see nor understand. Blackness engulfed me, partial stupor, say. Then I would break way, breathe through the surprise, and be aware again, and see who sat in the dark vest with the white face and hands. I said to myself, I have caught it. I conceive the mind o' the mystery. 'Tis the way they wake and wait, two martyrs somewhere in a tomb, each by each as their blessing was to die. Some signal they are promised and expect, when to arise before the trumpet scares. So, through the whole course of the world they wait the last day, but so fearless and so safe. No otherwise in safety and not fear I lie, because she lies too by my side. You know this is not love, sirs, it is faith, the feeling that there's God, He reigns and rules out of this low world. That is all, no harm. At times she drew a soft sigh. Music seemed always to hover just above her lips, not settle. Break a silence, music too. In the determined morning, I first found her head erect, her face turned full to me, her soul intent on mine through two wide eyes. I answered them, "You are saved hitherto. We have passed Perugia, gone round by the wood, not through, I seem to think, and opposite, I know, Assisi. This is holy ground." Then she resumed, "How long since we both left Arezzo?" "Years, and certain hours beside. It was at but I forget the names. 'Tis a mere post house and a hovel or two. I left the carriage and got bread and wine and brought it her." "Does it detain to eat?" "They say perforce change horses, therefore eat. We lose no minute, we arrive, be sure." She said, "I know not where, there's a great hill close over, "And the stream has lost its bridge, one fords it." She began, "I have heard say of some sick body that my mother knew, 'Twas no good sign when in a limb diseased all the pain suddenly departs, as if the guardian angel discontinued pain because the hope of cure was gone at last. The limb will not again exert itself, it needs be pain no longer. So with me, my soul, whence all the pain is past at once, all pain must be to work some good in the end. True, this I feel now, this may be that good pain was because of, otherwise I fear." She said, a long while later in the day, when I had let the silence be, abrupt, "Have you a mother?" "She died when I was born." "A sister then?" "No sister." "Who was it? What woman were you used to serve this way, be kind to, till I called you and you came?" I did not like that word. Soon afterward, "Tell me, are men unhappy, in some kind of mere unhappiness at being men, as women suffer, being womanish? Have you, now, some unhappiness, I mean, born of what may be man's strength overmuch, to match the undue susceptibility, the sense at every pore when hate is close? It hurts us if a baby hides its face or child strikes at us punily, calls names or makes a mouth, much more if stranger men laugh or frown, just as that were much to bear. Yet rocks split, and the blow ball does no more, quivers to feathery nothing at a touch, and strength may have its drawbacks, weakness 'scapes." Once she asked, "What is it that made you smile "At the great gate with the eagles and the snakes, "Where the company entered, 'tis a long time since?" "Forgive, I think you would not understand. "Ah, but you ask me, therefore it was this. "That was a certain bishop's villa gate. "I knew it by the eagles. and at once remembered this same bishop was just he people of old were wont to bid me please if I would catch preferment. So I smiled because an impulse came to me, a whim. What if I prayed the prelate leave to speak, began upon him in his presence hall? What? Still at work, so grey and obsolete? Still rocheted and mitred more or less? Don't you feel all that out of fashion now? I find out when the day of things is done. At eve we heard the Angelus. She turned. "I told you I can neither read nor write. My life stopped with the playtime. I will learn, if I begin to live again. But you who are a priest, wherefore do you not read the service at this hour? Read Gabriel's song, the lesson, and then read the little prayer to Raphael, proper for us travellers." I did not like that neither, but I read. When we stopped at Foligno it was dark. The people of the post came out with lights. The driver said, "This time tomorrow may saints only help, relays continue good, nor robbers hinder, we arrive at Rome." I urged, "Why task your strength a second night? Trust me, alight here and take brief repose. We are out of harm's reach, past pursuit. Go sleep if but an hour. I keep watch, guard the while, here in the doorway." But her whole face changed. The misery grew again about her mouth. The eyes burned up from faintness like the fawn's tired to death in the thicket, when she feels the probing spear o' the huntsman. "Oh, no stay!" she cried in the fawn's cry. "On to Rome, on, unless 'tis you who fear, which cannot be." End of section 80. Section 81 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. We did go on all night, but at its close she was troubled, restless, moaned low, talked at whiles to herself, her brow on quiver with the dream. Once wide awake, she menaced at arm's length, waved away something. "Never again with you! My soul is mine, my body is my soul's. You and I are divided evermore in soul and body. Get you gone!" Then why, in my whole life I have never prayed. Oh, if the God that only can would help! Am I his priest with power to cast out fiends? Let God arise and all his enemies be scattered. By morn there was peace, no sigh out of the deep sleep. When she woke at last, I answered the first look. Scarce 12 hours more, then Rome. There probably was no pursuit. There cannot now be peril. Bear up brave. Just some 12 hours to press through to the prize. Then no more of the terrible journey. Then no more of the journey. If it might but last! Always, my life long, thus to journey still, it is the interruption that I dread. With no dread, ever to be here and thus, never to see a face nor hear a voice. Yours is no voice, you speak when you are dumb, nor face, I see it in the dark. I want no face nor voice that change and grow unkind. That I liked, that was the best thing she said. In the broad day I dared entreat, "Descend!" I told a woman at the garden gate by the post house, white and pleasant in the sun, "It is my sister, talk with her apart. She is married and unhappy, you perceive. I take her home because her head is hurt. Comfort her as you women understand." So there I left them by the garden wall, paced the road, then bade put the horses to, came back, and there she sat. Close to her knee a black-eyed child still held the bowl of milk, wondered to see how little she could drink. And in her arms the woman's infant lay. She smiled at me. How much good this has done! This is a whole night's rest, and how much more! I can proceed now, though I wish to stay. How do you call that tree with the thick top that holds in all its leafy green and gold the sun now like an immense egg of fire? It was a million-leaved mimosa. Take the babe away from me and let me go. And in the carriage, still a day, my friend, and perhaps half a night, the woman fears. I pray it finish, since it cannot last. There may be more misfortune at the close, and where will you be? God suffice me then! And presently, for there was a roadside shrine, when I was taken first to my own church, Lorenzo in Lucina, being a girl, and bid confess my faults, I interposed, but teach me what fault to confess and know. So the priest said, "You should bethink yourself, each human being needs must have done wrong. Now be you candid and no priest, but friend. Were I surprised and killed here on the spot, a runaway from husband and his home, do you account it were in sin I died? My husband used to seem to harm me, not on pretence he punished sin of mine, nor for sin's sake and lust of cruelty, but as I heard him bid a farming man at the villa take a lamb once to the wood and there ill-treat it, meaning that the wolf should hear its cries, and so come, quick be caught, enticed to the trap. He practised thus with me, that so, whatever were his gain thereby, others that I might become prey and spoil. Had it been only between our two selves, his pleasure and my pain, why pleasure him by dying, nor such need to make a coil? But this was worth an effort, that my pain should not become a snare, prove pain threefold to other people, strangers or unborn. How should I know? I sought release from that, I think, or else from, dare I say, some cause such as is put into a tree, which turns away from the north wind with what nest it holds. The woman said that trees so turn. Now, friend, tell me, because I cannot trust myself, you are a man, what have I done amiss? You must conceive my answer, I forget. Taken up wholly with the thought, perhaps, this time she might have said, might, did not say, you are a priest. She said, my friend. Day wore, we passed the places. Somehow the calm went. Again the restless eyes began to rove in new fear of the foe mine could not see. She wondered in her mind, addressed me once Gaetano. That is not my name. Whose name? I grew alarmed. My head seemed turning too. I quickened pace with promise now threat. Bade drive and drive, nor any stopping more. Too deep i' the thick o' the struggle through. Then drench her in repose, though death's self pour the plenitude of quiet. Help us, God, whom the winds carry. End of section 81. Section 82 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. Suddenly I saw the old tower, and the little white-walled clump of buildings, and the cypress tree or two. "Already Castelnuovo Rome!" I cried. "As good as Rome! Rome is the next stage. Think! This is where travellers' hearts are wont to beat. Say you are saved, sweet lady!" Up she woke. The sky was fierce with colour from the sun setting. She screamed out, "No, I must not die! Take me no farther, I should die! Stay here, I have more life to save than mine!" She swooned. We seemed safe. What was it foreboded so? Out of the coach into the inn I bore the motionless and breathless, pure and pale Pompilia, bore her through a pitying group and laid her on a couch, still calm and cured by deep sleep of all woes at once. The host was urgent. "Let her stay an hour or two, leave her to us, all will be right by morn." Oh, my foreboding! But I could not choose. I paced the passage, kept watch all night long. I listened, not one movement, not one sigh. "Fear not, she sleeps so sound," they said. But I feared, all the same, kept fearing more and more, found myself throb with fear from head to foot, filled with a sense of such impending woe, that, at first pause of night, pretence of grey, I made my mind up it was morn. Reach Rome, lest hell reach her, a dozen miles to make, another long breath, and we emerge. I stood i' the courtyard, roused the sleepy grooms. "Have out carriage and horse, give haste, take gold," said I. While they made ready in the doubtful morn, 'twas the last minute, needs must I ascend and break her sleep. I turned to go, and there faced me Count Guido. There posed the mean man as master, took the field, encamped his rights, challenged the world, there leered new triumph, there scowled the old malice in the visage bad and black o' the scamp. Soon triumph supplied the tongue a little, malice glued to his dry throat, and he part howled, part hissed. Oh, how he kept well out of the way, at arm's length and to spare! "My salutation to your priestship! What? Matutinal? Busy with book so soon of an April day That's damp as tears that now deluge Arezzo at its darling's flight? 'Tis unfair, wrongs femininity at large, To let a single dame monopolize a heart The whole sex claims, should share alike. Therefore I overtake you, Canon, come! The lady, could you leave her side so soon? You have not yet experienced at her hands my treatment. You laid down undrugged, I see, hence this alertness, hence no death in life Like what held arms fast when she stole from mine. To be sure, you took the solace and repose That first night at Foligno. News abound o' the road by this time, men regaled me much, as past them I came halting after you, Vulcan pursuing Mars, as poets sing. Still at the last here pant I, but arrive, Vulcan, and not without my Cyclops too, The commissary and the unpoisoned arm O' the civil force, should Mars turn mutineer. Enough of fooling! Capture the culprits, friend! Here is the lover in the smart disguise with a sword. He is a priest, so mine lies still. There upstairs hides my wife, the runaway, his leman. The two plotted, poisoned first, plundered me after, and eloped thus far, where now you find them. Do your duty quick! Arrest and hold him? That's done, now catch her! During the speech of that man, well, I stood away, as he managed. Still, I stood as near the throat of him, with these two hands my own, as now I stand near yours, sir. One quick spring, one great good satisfying gripe, and lo! There had he lain abolished with his lie, creation purged o' the miscreant, man redeemed, a spittle wiped off from the face of God. I, in some measure, seek a poor excuse for what I left undone, in just this fact that my first feeling at the speech I quote was not of what a blasphemy was dared, not what a bag of venomed purulence was split and noisome, but how splendidly mirthful, what ludicrous a lie was launched. Would Moliere's self wish more than hear such a man call, claim such woman for his own, his wife,
even though, in due amazement at the boast, he had stammered she moreover was divine? She to be his were hardly less absurd Than that he took her name into his mouth, Licked and then let it go again, the beast Signed with his slaver. Oh, she poisoned him, Plundered him, and the rest. Well, what I wished was that he would but go on, Say one more so to the world, and get his meed of men. The fist's reply to the filth. And while I mused, the minute, oh the misery, was gone. On either idle hand of me there stood really an officer, nor laughed i' the least. They rendered justice to his reason, laid logic to heart, as 'twere submitted them twice two makes four. "And now catch her!" he cried. That sobered me. Let myself lead the way, ere you arrest me, who am somebody, and, as you hear, a priest and privileged. To the lady's chamber. I presume you, men expert, instructed how to find out truth, familiar with the guise of guilt, detect guilt on her face when it meets mine, then judge between us and the mad dog howling there. Up we all went together. In they broke o' the chamber late my chapel. There she lay, composed as when I laid her, That last eve, o' the couch still breathless, motionless, Sleep's self, wax white seraphic, saturate With the sun o' the morning that now flooded From the front and filled the window with a light like blood. Behold the poisoner, the adulteress, And feigning sleep too! Seize, bind! Guido hissed. End of section 82. Section 83 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. She started up, stood erect, face to face with the husband. Back he fell, was buttressed there by the window all aflame with morning red. He, the black figure, the opprobrious blur against all peace and joy and light and life. "Away from between me and hell!" she cried. "Hell for me, no embracing any more! I am God's, I love God, God whose knees I clasp, Whose utterly most just award I take, But bear no more love-making devils hence!" I may have made an effort to reach her side From where I stood i' the doorway. Anyhow I found the arms I wanted pinioned fast, Was powerless in the clutch to left and right O' the rabble pouring in, rascality enlisted, Rampant on the side of hearth, home and the husband, pay in prospect too. They heaped themselves upon me. "Ha, and him also you outrage? Him too, my sole friend, guardian and saviour? That I balk you of, since see how God can help at last and worst!" She sprung at the sword that hung beside him, seized, drew, brandished it. The sunrise burned for joy o' the blade. "Die!" cried she, "devil, in God's name!" Ah, but they all closed round her, 12 to 1, the unmanly men, no woman mother maid, spawned somehow. Dead white and disarmed she lay. No matter for the sword, her word sufficed to spike the coward through and through. He shook, could only spit between the teeth. "You see, you hear, bear witness then, write down, but no. Carry these criminals to the prison house for first thing. I begin my search meanwhile after the stolen effects, gold, jewels, plate, money and clothes they robbed me of and fled, with no few amorous pieces, verse and prose, I have much reason to expect to find.
when I saw that no more than the first mad speech made out the speaker mad and a laughing stock, so neither did this next device explode one listener's indignation, that a scribe did sit down, set himself to write indeed, and sundry knaves began to peer and pry in corner and hole, that Guido, wiping brow and getting him a countenance, was fast losing his fear, beginning to strut free o' the stage of his exploit, snuff here, sniff there. I took the truth in, guessed sufficiently the service for the moment. What I say, slight at your peril. We are aliens here, my adversary and I, called noble both. I am the nobler, and a name men know. I could refer our cause to our own court in our own country, but prefer appeal to the nearer jurisdiction, being a priest, though in a secular garb. For reasons good I shall adduce in due time to my peers. I demand that the church I serve decide between us. Right the slandered lady there. A Tuscan noble, I might claim the duke. A priest, I rather choose the church. Bid Rome cover the wronged with her inviolate shield. There was no refusing this. They bore me off, they bore her off, to separate cells of the same ignoble prison, and separate thence to Rome. Pompilia's face then and thus looked on me the last time in this life, not one sight since, never another sight to be, and yet I thought I had saved her. I appealed to Rome. It seems I simply sent her to her death. You tell me she is dying now, or dead. I cannot bring myself to quite believe this is a place you torture people in. What if this your intelligence were just a subtlety, an honest wile to work on a man at unawares? 'Twere worthy you. No, sirs, I cannot have the lady dead. That erect form, flashing brow, fulgurant eye, that voice immortal, oh, that voice of hers, that vision in the blood-red daybreak, that leap to life of the pale electric sword angels go armed with, that was not the last of the lady. Come, I see through it, you know the manoeuvre. Also herself said I had saved her. Do you dare say she spoke false? Let me see for myself if it be so. Though she were dying, a priest might be of use, the more when he's a friend too. She called me far beyond friend. Come, let me see her. Indeed, it is my duty, being a priest. I hope I stand confessed, established, proved a priest. My punishment had motive that, a priest I, in a laic garb, a mundane mode, did what were harmlessly done otherwise. I never touched her with my finger-tip except to carry her to the couch, that eve, against my heart, beneath my head, bowed low, as we priests carry the paten. That is why, to get leave and go see her of your grace, I have told you this whole story over again. Do I deserve grace? For I might lock lips, laugh at your jurisdiction. What have you to do with me in the matter? I suppose you hardly think I donned a bravo's dress to have a hand in the new crime, on the old, judgments delivered, penalty imposed. I was chained fast at Civita, hand and foot. She had only you to trust to, you and Rome. Rome and the church, and no pert meddling priest 2 days ago, when Guido with the right hacked her to pieces. One might well be wroth. I have been patient, done my best to help. I come from Civita and punishment as a friend of the court, and for pure friendship's sake have told my tale to the end. Nay, not the end, for wait, I'll end, not leave you that excuse. End of section 83.
Section 84 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. When we were parted, shall I go on there? I was presently brought to Rome. Yes, here I stood opposite yonder very crucifix. And there sat you, and you, sirs, quite the same. I heard charge, and bore question, and told tale noted down in the book there. Turn and see if by one jot or tittle I vary now. I' the colour the tale takes, there's change perhaps. 'Tis natural, since the sky is different, eclipse in the air now. Still, the outline stays. I showed you how it came to be my part to save the lady. Then your clerk produced papers, a pack of stupid and impure banalities called letters about love. Love indeed! I could teach who styled them so. Better, I think, though priest and loveless both. How was it that a wife, young, innocent, and stranger to your person, wrote this page? She wrote it when the Holy Father wrote the bestiality that posts through Rome, put in his mouth by Pasquin. Nor perhaps did you return these answers, verse and prose, signed, sealed, and sent the lady? There's your hand! This precious piece of verse I really judge is meant to copy my own character, a clumsy mimic, and this other prose, not so much even, both rank forgery. Verse, quotha! Bembo's verse, when Saint John wrote the tract De Tribus. I wrote this to match. How came it, then, the documents were found at the inn on your departure? I opine because there were no documents to find in my presence. You must hide before you find. Who forged them, hardly practised in my view. Who found them, waited till I turned my back. And what of the clandestine visits paid? Nocturnal passage in and out the house with its lord absent? 'Tis alleged you climbed, flew on a broomstick to the man o' the moon. Who witnessed or will testify this trash? The trusty servant, Margherita's self, even she who brought you letters, you confess, and you confess took letters in reply. Forget not, we have knowledge of the facts. Sirs who have knowledge of the facts, defray the expenditure of wit I waste in vain, trying to find out just one fact of all. She who brought letters from who could not write, and took back letters to who could not read. Who was that messenger of your charity? Well, so far favours you the circumstance that this same messenger, how shall we say, sub imputatione meretricis laborat, which makes accusation null. We waive this woman's, naught makes void the next. Borsi, called Venerino, he who drove the first night when you fled away, at length deposes to your kissings in the coach, frequent, frenetic. When deposed he so? After some weeks of sharp imprisonment. Granted by friend the Governor, I engage, for his participation in your flight. At length, his obduracy melting made the avowal mentioned. Was dismissed forthwith to liberty, poor knave, for recompense. Sirs, give what credit to the lie you can. For me, no word in my defence I speak, and God shall argue for the lady. So did I stand question, and make answer, still with the same result of smiling disbelief, polite impossibility of faith in such affected virtue in a priest, but a showing fair play, an indulgence even to one no worse than others after all, who had not brought disgrace to the order, played discreetly, ruffled gown, nor ripped the cloth in a bungling game at romps. I have told you, Sirs, if I pretended simply to be pure, honest, and Christian in the case, absurd. As well go boast myself above the needs o' the human nature, careless how meat smells, wine tastes, a saint above the smack. But once abate my crest, own flaws i' the flesh, agree to go with the herd, be hog no more nor less. Why, hogs in common herd have common rights. I must not be unduly borne upon, who had just romanced a little, sown wild oats, but 'scaped without a scandal, flagrant fault. My name helped to a mirthful circumstance. Joseph would do well to amend his plea, undoubtedly some toying with the wife. But as for ruffian violence and rape, Potiphar pressed too much on the other side. The intrigue, the elopement, the disguise, well charged. The letters and verse looked hardly like the truth. Your apprehension was of guilt enough to be compatible with innocence. So punish best a little and not too much. Had I struck Guido Franceschini's face, you had counselled me withdraw for my own sake, balk him of bravo hiring. Friends came round, congratulated. Nobody mistakes. The pettiness of the forfeiture defines the peccadillo. Guido gets his share. His wife is free of husband. And hook knows the mouldy viands and the mother-in-law. To Civita with you and amuse the time. Travesty us de raptu Elene. A funny figure must the husband cut when the wife makes him skip. To ticklish, eh? Do it in Latin, not the vulgar, then. Scazons, will copy and send his eminence. Mind, one iambus in the final foot. He'll rectify it, be your friend for life. O sirs, depend on me for much new light thrown on the justice and religion here by this proceeding, much fresh food for thought. End of section 84. Section 85 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6. Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. And I was just set down to study these in relegation 2 short days ago, admiring how you read the rules when clap a thunder comes into my solitude, I am caught up in a whirlwind and cast here, told of a sudden, in this room where so late you dealt out law adroitly, that those scales I meekly bowed to, took my allotment from, Guido has snatched at, broken in your hands, meets to himself the murder of his wife, full measure pressed down, running over now. Can I assist to an explanation? Yes, I rise in your esteem, sagacious sirs. Stand up, a renderer of reasons. Not the officious priest would personate Saint George for a mock princess in undragoned days. What? The blood startles you? What, after all, the priest who needs must carry sword on thigh may find imperative use for it? Then there was a princess, was a dragon belching flame, and should have been a Saint George also? Then there might be worse schemes than to break the bonds at Arezzo, lead her by the little hand till she reached Rome, and let her try to live? But you were the law and the gospel. Would one please stand back, allow your faculty elbow room?
You blind guides who must needs lead eyes that see, fools, alike ignorant of man and God! What was there here should have perplexed your wit For a wink of the owl eyes of you? How miss, then, what's now forced on you By this flare of fact? As if Saint Peter failed to recognise Nero as no apostle, John or James, Till some one burned a martyr, make a torch O' the blood and fat to show his features by. Could you fail read this cartulary aright On head and front of Franceschini there, Large lettered like hell's masterpiece of print, That he, from the beginning pricked at heart By some lust, lech of hate against his wife, Plotted to plague her into overt sin and shame, Would slay Pompilia body and soul, And save his mean self, miserably caught I' the quagmire of his own tricks, cheats and lies? That himself wrote those papers, from himself to himself, Which, i' the name of me and her, his mistress messenger gave her and me, Touching us with such pustules of the soul That she and I might take the taint, Be shown to the world and shuddered over, speckled so? That the agent put her sense into my words, Made substitution of the thing she hoped For the thing she had and held, its opposite, While the husband in the background bit his lips At each fresh failure of his precious plot? That, when at the last we did rush each on each, By no chance but because God willed it so, The spark of truth was struck from out our souls, Made all of me, descried in the first glance, Seem fair and honest and permissible love O' the good and true, as the first glance told me There was no duty patent in the world Like daring try be good and true myself, Leaving the shows of things to the Lord of show And Prince o' the power of the air. Our very flight, even to its most ambiguous circumstance, Irrefragably proved how futile, false. Why, men and not boys, boys and not babes, babes and not beasts, beasts and not stocks and stones, had the liar's lie been true, one pinpoint speck, were I the accepted suitor, free o' the place, disposer of the time, To come at a call and go at a wink As who should say me nay, what need of flight, What were the gain therefrom but just damnation, Failure or success? Damnation pure and simple too, Her the wife and me the priest, who bartered private bliss For public reprobation, the safe shade for the sunshine which men see to pelt me by. What other advantage, we who led the days and nights alone i' the house, was flight to find? In our whole journey, did we stop an hour, Diverge a foot from straight road till we reached Or would have reached, but for that fate of ours, The father and mother, in the eye of Rome, The eye of yourselves we made aware of us At the first fall of misfortune? And indeed you did so far give sanction to our flight, Confirm its purpose, as lend helping hand, Deliver up Pompilia not to him she fled, But those the flight was ventured for. Why then could you, who stopped short, not go on one poor step more, And justify the means, having allowed the end? Not see and say, "Here's the exceptional conduct, that should claim to be exceptionally judged on rules which, understood, make no exception here? Why play instead into the devil's hands by dealing so ambiguously as gave Guido the power to intervene like me? Prove one exception more: I saved his wife against law. Against law he slays her now. Deal with him. End of section 85. Section 86 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. I have done with being judged. I stand here guiltless in thought, word, and deed, to the point that I apprise you, in contempt for all misapprehending ignorance of the human heart, much more the mind of Christ, that I assuredly did bow, was blessed by the revelation of Pompilia. There, such is the final fact I fling you, sirs, to mouth and mumble and misinterpret. There! The priests in love, have it the vulgar way. Unpriest me, rend the regs of the vestment, do! Degrade deep, disenfranchise all you dare. Remove me from the midst, no longer priest and fit companion for the like of you. Your gay abati, with the well-turned leg and rose i' the hat rim, cannons, cross at neck, and silk mask in the pocket of the gown, brisk bishops, with the world's musk still unbrushed from the rochet. I'll no more of these good things. There's a crack somewhere, something that's unsound i' the rattle. For Pompilia, be advised, build churches, go pray. You will find me there, I know, if you come. And you will come, I know. Why, there's a judge weeping. Did not I say you were good and true at bottom? You see the truth. I am glad I helped you. She helped me just so. But for Count Guido, you must counsel there. I bow my head, bend to the very dust, break myself up in shame of faultiness. I had him one whole moment, as I said, as I remember, as will never out of the thoughts of me. I had him in arm's reach there, as you stand, sir, now you cease to sit. I could have killed him ere he killed his wife, and did not. He went off alive and well, and then effected this last feat through me, not through you. Dismiss that fear. 'Twas you hindered me staying here to save her, not from leaving you and going back to him and doing service in Arezzo. Come, instruct me in procedure. I conceive, in all due self-abasement might I speak, how you will deal with Guido. Oh, not death. Death, if it let her life be. Otherwise, not death. Your lights will teach you clearer. I certainly have an instinct of my own i' the matter. Bear with me and weigh its worth. Let us go away, leave Guido all alone back on the world again that knows him now. I think he will be found, indulged so far, not to die so much as slide out of life. Pushed by the general horror and common hate low, lower, left to the very ledge of things, I seem to see him catch convulsively one by one at all honest forms of life, at reason, order, decency, and use. to cramp him and get foothold by at least, and still they disengage them from his clutch. What, are you he, then, had Pompilia once, and so forewent her? Take not up with us! And thus I see him slowly and surely edged off all the tableland whence life upsprings aspiring to be immortality. As the snake, hatched on hilltop by mischance, despite his wriggling, slips, slides, slitters down hillside, lies low and prostrate on the smooth level of the outer place, lapsed in the veil, so I lose Guido in the loneliness, silence and dusk, till at the doleful end, at the horizontal line, creation's verge, from what just is to absolute nothingness, lo, what is this he meets, strains onward still? What other man, deep further in the fate, who, turning at the prize of a footfall to flatter him and promise fellowship, discovers in the act a frightful face? Judas, made monstrous by much solitude. The two are at one now. Let them love their love that bites and claws like hate, or hate their hate that mops and mows and makes as it were love. There, let them each tear each in devil's fun, or fondle this the other while malice aches. Both teach, both learn detestability. Kiss him the kiss, Iscariot! Pay that back, that snatch o' the slaver blistering on your lip, by the better trick, the insult he spared Christ. Lure him the lure o' the letters, aretine. Lick him o'er slimy smooth with jelly filth o' the verse and prose pollution in love's guise. The cockatrice is with the basilisk. There let them grapple, denizens of the dark, foes or friends, but indissolubly bound in their one spot out of the ken of God or care of man, forever and evermore. End of section 86. Section 87 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi continued. Why, sirs, what's this? Why, this is sorry and strange. Futility, divagation. This from me bound to be rational, justify an act of sober man. Whereas, being moved so much, I give you cause to doubt the lady's mind. A pretty sarcasm for the world. I fear you do her wit injustice, all through me, like my fate all through ineffective help. A poor rash advocate I prove myself. You might be angry with good cause, but sure at the advocate. Only at the undue zeal that spoils the force of his own plea, I think. My part was just to tell you how things stand, state facts and not be flustered at their fume. But then 'tis a priest speaks. As for love, no. If you let buzz a vulgar fly like that about your brains, as if I loved, forsooth, indeed, sirs, you do wrong. We had no thought of such infatuation, she and I. There are many points that prove it. Do be just. I told you, at one little roadside place I spent a good half hour, paced to and fro the garden, just to leave her free a while. I plucked a handful of spring herb and bloom. I might have sat beside her on the bench where the children were. I wish the thing had been, indeed. The event could not be worse, you know. One more half hour of her saved. She's dead now, sirs. While I was running on at such a rate,
friends should have plucked me by the sleeve. I went too much of the trivial outside of her face and the purity that shone there. Plain to me, not to you, what more natural? Nor am I infatuated. Oh, I saw, be sure. Her brow had not the right line. Lean too much, painters would say. They like the straight-up Greek. This seemed bent somewhat with an invisible crown of martyr and saint, not such as art approves. And how the dark orbs dwelt deep underneath, looked out of such a sad sweet heaven on me. The lips, compressed a little, came forward too, careful for a whole world of sin and pain. That was the face her husband makes his plea he sought just to disfigure. No offence beyond that. Sirs, let us be rational. He needs must vindicate his honour, ay, yet shirks, the coward, in a clown's disguise, away from the scene, endeavours to escape. Now, had he done so, slain and left no trace o' the slayer, what were vindicated, pray? You had found his wife disfigured or a corpse, for what and by whom? It is too palpable. Then, here's another point involving law. I use this argument to show you meant no calumny against us by that title o' the sentence. Liars try to twist it so. What penalty it bore, I had to pay till further proof should follow of innocence. Probationis ob defectum. Proof? How could you get proof without trying us? You went through the preliminary form, stopped there, contrived this sentence to amuse the adversary. If the title ran for more than fault imputed and not proved, that was a simple penman's error, else a slip i' the phrase, as when we say of you charged with injustice, which may either be or not be. 'Tis a name that sticks meanwhile. Another relevant matter, fool that I am, not what I wish true, yet a point friends urge. It is not true. Yet since friends think it helps, she only tried me when some others failed. Began with Conti, whom I told you of, and Guillichini, Guido's kinfolk both, and when abandoned by them, not before, turned to me. That's conclusive why she turned. Much good they got by the happy cowardice. Conti is dead, poisoned a month ago. Does that much strike you as a sin? Not much, after the present murder. One mark more on the Moor's skin. What is black by blacker still? Conti had come here and told truth, and so with Guillichini. He's condemned, of course, to the galleys, as a friend in this affair. Tried and condemned for no one thing i' the world, a fortnight since, by who but the Governor, the just judge who refused Pompilia help at first blush, being her husband's friend, you know. There are two tales to suit the separate courts, Arezzo and Rome. He tells you here we fled alone, unhelped, lays stress on the main fault, the spiritual sin Rome looks to. But elsewhere he likes best we should break in, steal, bear off, be fit to brand and pillory and flog. That's the charge goes to the heart of the Governor. If these unpriest me, you and I may yet converse, Vincenzo Marzi Medici. Oh, sirs, there are worse men than you, I say. More easily duped, I mean, this stupid lie Its liar never dared propound in Rome, He gets Arezzo to receive, nay more, Gets Florence and the Duke to authorise. This is their Rota's sentence, their Grand Duke signs and seals. Rome for me henceforward, Rome where better men are. Most of all, that man the Augustinian of the hospital, who writes the letter, he confessed, he says, many a dying person, never one so sweet and true and pure and beautiful. A good man. Will you make him Pope one day? Not that he is not good too, this we have, but old, else he would have his word to speak, his truth to teach the world. I thirst for truth, but shall not drink it till I reach the source. End of section 87. Section 88 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 6, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, continued. Sirs, I am quiet again. You see, we are so very pitiable, she and I, who had conceivably been otherwise. Forget distemperature and idle heat. Apart from truth's sake, what's to move so much? Pompilia will be presently with God. I am, on earth, as good as out of it, a relegated priest. When exile ends, I mean to do my duty and live long. She and I are mere strangers now, but priests should study passion. How else cure mankind, who come for help in passionate extremes? I do but play with an imagined life of who, unfettered by a vow, unblessed by the higher call, since you will have it so, leads it companioned by the woman there, to live and see her learn, and learn by her, out of the low, obscure and petty world. Or only see one purpose and one will evolve themselves i' the world, change wrong to right, to have to do with nothing but the true, the good, the eternal, and these not alone in the main current of the general life, but small experiences of every day, concerns of the particular hearth and home, to learn not only by a comet's rush but a rose's birth, not by the grandeur, God, but the comfort, Christ. All this how far away! Mere delectation, meet for a minute's dream, just as a drudging student trims his lamp, opens his Plutarch, puts him in the place of Roman, Grecian, draws the patched gown close, dreams, thus should I fight, save or rule the world. Then smilingly, contentedly, awakes to the old solitary nothingness. So I, from such communion, pass content. O great, just, good God, miserable me! End of section 88. End of chapter 6. Giuseppe Caponsacchi. Section 89 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia.
I am just 17 years and 5 months old, and if I lived one day more, 3 full weeks, 'tis writ so in the church's register, Lorenzo in Lucina. All my names at length, so many names for one poor child: Francesca, Camilla, Vittoria, Angela, Pompilia, Comparini. Laughable. Also 'tis writ that I was married there 4 years ago, and they will add, I hope, when they insert my death, a word or two, omitting all about the mode of death. This in its place, this which one cares to know, that I had been a mother of a son exactly 2 weeks. It will be through grace o' the curate, not through any claim I have, because the boy was born at, so baptized close to, the villa in the proper church, a pretty church, I say no word against, yet stranger like, while this Lorenzo seems my own particular place, I always say. I used to wonder, when I stood scarce high as the bed here, what the marble lion meant, with half his body rushing from the wall, eating the figure of a prostrate man. To the right it is of entry by the door, an ominous sign to one baptized like me, married and to be buried there, I hope. And they should add, to have my life complete, he is a boy, and Gaetan by name, Gaetano, for a reason. If the Friar Don Celestine will ask this grace for me of Curate Ottoboni, he it was baptized me. He remembers my whole life as I do his grey hair. All these few things I know are true. Will you remember them? Because time flies. The surgeon cared for me, to count my wounds, 22 dagger wounds, 5 deadly. But I do not suffer much, or too much pain, and am to die tonight. Oh, how good God is that my babe was born! Better than born, baptized and hid away before this happened, safe from being hurt. That had been sin God could not well forgive. He was too young to smile and save himself. When they took, 2 days after he was born, my babe away from me to be baptized and hidden a while, for fear his foe should find, the countrywoman, used to nursing babes, said, "Why take on so? Where is the great loss? These next 3 weeks he will but sleep and feed, only begin to smile at the month's end. He would not know you, if you kept him here, sooner than that. So spend 3 merry weeks snug in the villa, getting strong and stout, and then I bring him back to be your own, and both of you may steal to we know where. The month, there wants of it 2 weeks this day. Still, I half fancied when I heard the knock at the villa in the dusk, it might prove she, come to say, "Since he smiles before the time, why should I cheat you out of one good hour? Back I have brought him, speak to him and judge." Now I shall never see him. What is worse, when he grows up and gets to be my age, he will seem hardly more than a great boy. And if he asks, "What was my mother like?" people may answer, "Like girls of 17." And how can he but think of this and that, Lucias, Marias, Sophias, who titter or blush when he regards them as such boys may do? Therefore, I wish some one will please to say I looked already old though I was young. Do I not? Say, if you are by to speak, look nearer 20? No more like, at least, girls who look arch or redden when boys laugh, than the poor virgin that I used to know at our street corner in a lonely niche. The babe that sat upon her knees, broke off, thin white glazed clay. You pitied her the more. She, not the gay ones, always got my rose. How happy those are who know how to write! Such could write what their son should read in time, had they a whole day to live out like me. Also, my name is not a common name, Pompilia, and may help to keep apart a little the thing I am from what girls are. But then how far away, how hard to find will anything about me have become, even if the boy bethink himself and ask? No father that he ever knew at all, nor ever had, no, never had, I say. That is the truth. Nor any mother left, out of the little 2 weeks that she lived, fit for such memory as might assist. As good too as no family, no name, not even poor old Pietro's name, nor hers, poor, kind, unwise Violante, since it seems they must not be my parents any more. That is why something put it in my head to call the boy Gaetano, no old name for sorrow's sake. I looked up to the sky and took a new saint to begin anew. One who has only been made saint, how long? 25 years. So carefuller, perhaps, to guard a namesake than those old saints grow tired out by this time. See my own 5 saints. End of section 89. Section 90 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. On second thoughts, I hope he will regard the history of me as what someone dreamed, and get to disbelieve it at the last, since to myself it dwindles fast to that, sheer dreaming and impossibility. Just in 4 days, too, all the 17 years, not once did a suspicion visit me how very different a lot is mine from any other woman's in the world. The reason must be 'twas by step and step it got to grow so terrible and strange. These strange woes stole on tiptoe, as it were, into my neighbourhood and privacy, sat down where I sat, laid them where I lay, and I was found familiarised with fear. When friends broke in, held up a torch and cried, "Why, you, Pompilia, in the cavern thus, how comes that arm of yours about a wolf, and the soft length lies in and out your feet and laps you round the knee? A snake it is," and so on. Well, and they are right enough, by the torch they hold up now. For first, observe I never had a father, no, nor yet a mother. My own boy can say at least I had a mother whom I kept 2 weeks. Not I, who little used to doubt. I, good Pietro, kind Violante, gave me birth? They loved me always as I love my babe, Nearly so, that is, quite so could not be, Did for me all I meant to do for him, Till one surprising day, 3 years ago, They both declared, at Rome, before some judge In some court where the people flocked to hear, That really I had never been their child, Was a mere castaway, the careless crime Of an unknown man, the crime and care Too much of a woman known too well. Little to these therefore, of whom I was the flesh and blood, what then to Pietro and Violante, Both no more my relatives than you or you? Nothing to them: you know what they declared. So with my husband, just such a surprise, Such a mistake in that relationship. Every one says that husbands love their wives, Guard them and guide them, give them happiness. 'Tis duty, law, pleasure, religion. Well, you see how much of this comes true in mine. People indeed would fain have somehow proved He was no husband, but he did not hear, Or would not wait and so has killed us all. Then there is, only let me name one more, There is the friend, men will not ask about, But tell untruths of, and give nicknames to, And think my lover, most surprise of all. Do only hear, it is the priest they mean, Giuseppe Caponsacchi, a priest, love, and love me. Well, yet people think he did. I am married, he has taken priestly vows, They know that, and yet go on, say the same. Yes, how he loves you, that was love, they say. When anything is answered that they ask, Or else, no wonder you love him, they say. Then they shake heads, pity much, scarcely blame, As if we neither of us lacked excuse, And anyhow are punished to the full, And downright love atones for everything. Nay, I heard read out in the public court Before the judge, in presence of my friends, Letters, 'twas said, the priest had sent to me, And other letters sent him by myself, We being lovers. Listen what this is like. When I was a mere child, my mother, that's Violante, you must let me call her so, Nor waste time trying to unlearn the word. She brought a neighbour's child of my own age To play with me of rainy afternoons. And, since there hung a tapestry on the wall, We two agreed to find each other out Among the figures. Tisbe, that is you, With half moon on your hair knot, spear in hand, Flying, but no wings, only the great scarf Blown to a bluish rainbow at your back. Call off your hound and leave the stag alone. And there are you, Pompilia, such green leaves Flourishing out of your 5 finger ends, And all the rest of you so brown and rough. Why, is it you are turned a sort of tree? You know the figures never were ourselves, Though we nicknamed them so. Thus, all my life, as well what was as what, like this, was not, looks old, fantastic and impossible. I touch a fairy thing that fades and fades, Even to my babe, I thought, when he was born, something began for once that would not end, nor change into a laugh at me, but stay for evermore, eternally quite mine. Well, so he is, but yet they bore him off. The third day, lest my husband should lay traps and catch him, and by means of him catch me. Since they have saved him so, it was well done. Yet thence comes such confusion of what was with what will be, that late seems long ago, and what years should bring round already come, till even he withdraws into a dream as the rest do. I fancy him grown great, strong, stern, a tall young man who tutors me, frowns with the others. Poor imprudent child, why did you venture out of the safe street? Why go so far from help to that lone house? Why open at the whisper and the knock? End of section 90. Section 91 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. 6 days ago, when it was New Year's Day, we bent above the fire and talked of him, what he should do when he was grown and great. Violante, Pietro, each had given the arm I leant on, to walk by, from couch to chair and fireside, laughed as I lay safe at last. Pompilia's march from bed to board is made, Pompilia back again, and with a babe, shall one day lend his arm and help her walk. Then we wished each other more New Years. Pietro began to scheme. Our cause is gained. The law is stronger than a wicked man. Let him henceforth go his way, leave us ours. We will avoid the city, tempt no more the greedy ones by feasting and parade. Live at the other villa, we know where, still farther off, and we can watch the babe grow fast in the good air, and wood is cheap and wine sincere outside the city gate. I have 2 or 3 old friends will grope their way along the mere half-mile of road, with staff and lantern, on a moonless night when one needs talk. They'll find me, never fear, and I'll find them a flask of the old sort yet. Violante said, "You chatter like a crow. Pompilia tires of the tattle, and shall to bed. Do not too much the first day, somewhat more to-morrow, and the next begin the cape and hood and coat. I have spun wool enough." Oh, what a happy friendly eve was that! And next day, about noon, out Pietro went. He was so happy and would talk so much, until Violante pushed and laughed him forth sight-seeing in the cold. "So much to see the churches, swathe your throat 3 times," she cried. "And above all, beware the slippery ways, and bring us all the news by supper time." He came back late, laid by cloak, staff and hat, powdered so thick with snow it made us laugh, rolled a great log upon the ash o' the hearth, and bade Violante treat us to a flask, because he had obeyed her faithfully, gone sight-see through the 7, and found no church to his mind like San Giovanni. There's the fold and all the sheep together, big as cats, and such a shepherd, half the size of life, starts up and hears the angel. When at the door, a tap, we started up. You know the rest. Pietro at least had done no harm, I know, nor even Violante, so much harm as makes such revenge lawful. Certainly she erred, did wrong. How shall I dare say otherwise, in telling that first falsehood, buying me from my poor faulty mother at a price, to pass off upon Pietro as his child? If one should take my babe, give him a name, say he was not Gaetano and my own, but that some other woman made his mouth and hands and feet, how very false were that! No good could come of that, and all harm did. Yet if a stranger were to represent, needs must you either give your babe to me and let me call him mine for evermore, or let your husband get him. Ah, my God, that were a trial I refuse to face. Well, just so here, it proved wrong but seemed right to poor Violante, for there lay, she said, my poor real dying mother in her rags, who put me from her with the life and all, poverty, pain, shame and disease at once, to die the easier by what price I fetched. Also, I hope, because I should be spared sorrow and sin, why may not that have helped? My father, he was no one, any one, the worse, the likelier, call him, he who came, was wicked for his pleasure, went his way, and left no trace to track by. There remained nothing but me, the unnecessary life, to catch up or let fall, and yet a thing she could make happy, be made happy with. This poor Violante, who would frown thereat? Well, God, you see, God plants us where we grow. It is not that, because a bud is born at a wild briar's end, full o' the wild beast's way, we ought to pluck and put it out of reach on the oak tree top, say, there the bud belongs. She thought, moreover, real lies were lies told for harm's sake, whereas this had good at heart. Good for my mother, good for me, and good for Pietro, who was meant to love a babe, and needed one to make his life of use, receive his house and land when he should die. Wrong, wrong, and always wrong, how plainly wrong! For see, this fault kept pricking as faults do, all the same at her heart. This falsehood hatched, she could not let it go, nor keep it fast. She told me so, the first time I was found locked in her arms once more after the pain, when the nuns let me leave them and go home. And both of us cried all the cares away. This it was set her on to make amends. This brought about the marriage, simply this. Do let me speak for her you blame so much. When Paul, my husband's brother, found me out, heard there was wealth for who should marry me, so came and made a speech to ask my hand for Guido, she, instead of piercing straight through the pretence to the ignoble truth, fancied she saw God's very finger point designate just the time for planting me. The wild briar slip she plucked to love and wear, in soil where I could strike real root and grow, and get to be the thing I called myself. For wife and husband are one flesh, God says, and I, whose parents seemed such and were none, should in a husband have a husband now, find nothing this time but was what it seemed, all truth and no confusion any more. I know she meant all good to me, all pain to herself, since how could it be aught but pain to give me up so from her very breast, the wilding flower tree branch that all those years she had got used to feel for and find fixed? She meant well. Has it been so ill i' the main? That is but fair to ask. One cannot judge of what has been the ill or well of life. The day that one is dying, sorrows change into not altogether sorrow-like. I do see strangeness, but scarce misery. Now it is over, and no danger more. My child is safe. There seems not so much pain. It comes, most like, that I am just absolved, purged of the past, the foul in me, washed fair. One cannot both have and not have, you know. Being right now, I am happy and colour things. Yes, every body that leaves life sees all softened and bettered, so with other sights. To me, at least, was never evening yet but seemed far beautifuller than its day, for past is past. End of section 91. Section 92 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. There was a fancy came, when somewhere in the journey with my friend, we stepped into a hovel to get food. And there began a yelp here, a bark there, misunderstanding creatures that were wroth and vexed themselves and us till we retired. The hovel is life. No matter what dogs bit or cats scratched in the hovel I break from, all outside is lone field, moon, and such peace, flowing in, filling up as with a sea whereon comes some one, walks fast on the white, Jesus Christ's self, Don Celestine declares, to meet me and calm all things back again. Beside, up to my marriage, 13 years were, each day happy as the day was long. This may have made the change too terrible. I know that when Violante told me first the cavalier she meant to bring next morn, whom I must also let take, kiss my hand, would be at San Lorenzo the same eve and marry me, which over, we should go home both of us without him, as before, and till she bade speak, I must hold my tongue, such being the correct way with girl brides, from whom one word would make a father blush. I know, I say, that when she told me this, well, I no more saw sense in what she said than a lamb does in people clipping wool. Only lay down and let myself be clipped. And when next day the cavalier who came, Tisbe had told me that the slim young man with wings at head and wings at feet and sword threatening a monster in our tapestry would eat a girl else, was a cavalier. When he proved Guido Franceschini, old and nothing like so tall as I myself, hook-nosed and yellow in a bush of beard, much like a thing I saw on a boy's wrist, he called an owl and used for catching birds, and when he took my hand and made a smile, why, the uncomfortableness of it all seemed hardly more important in the case than when one gives you, say, a coin to spend, its newness or its oldness, if the piece weigh properly and buy you what you wish, no matter whether you get grime or glare. Men take the coin, return you grapes and figs. Here, marriage was the coin. A dirty piece would purchase me the praise of those I loved. About what else should I concern myself? So, hardly knowing what a husband meant, I supposed this or any man would serve, no whit the worse for being so uncouth. For I was ill once, and a doctor came with a great ugly hat, no plume thereto, black jerkin and black buckles and black sword, and white sharp beard over the ruff in front, and oh so lean, so sour-faced and austere, who felt my pulse, made me put out my tongue, then oped a phial, dripped a drop or two of a black bitter something. I was cured. What mattered the fierce beard or the grim face? It was the physic beautified the man. Master Malpichi. Never met his match in Rome, they said. So ugly all the same. However, I was hurried through a storm, next dark eve of December's deadest day. How it rained! Through our street and the Lion's Mouth and the bit of Corso, cloaked round, covered close, I was like something strange or contraband, into blank San Lorenzo. Up the aisle, my mother keeping hold of me so tight, I fancied we were come to see a corpse before the altar which she pulled me toward. There we found waiting an unpleasant priest to prove the brother, not our parish friend, but one with mischief-making mouth and eye, Paul, whom I know since to my cost. And then I heard the heavy church door lock out help behind us. For the customary warmth, 2 tapers shivered on the altar. "Quick, lose no time!" cried the priest, and straightway down from what's behind the altar where he hid, hawk-nose and yellowness and bush and all, stepped Guido, caught my hand, and there was I o' the chancel. And the priest had opened book, read here and there, made me say that and this, and after told me I was now a wife, honoured indeed, since Christ thus weds the church, and therefore turned he water into wine, to show I should obey my spouse like Christ. Then the 2 slipped aside and talked apart, and I, silent and scared, got down again and joined my mother who was weeping now. Nobody seemed to mind us any more, and both of us on tiptoe found our way to the door which was unlocked by this and wide. When we were in the street, the rain had stopped, all things looked better. At our own house door, Violante whispered, "No one syllable to Pietro! Girl brides never breathe a word!" "Well treated to a wedding, draggle tails!" laughed Pietro as he opened. Very near you made me brave the gutter's roaring sea, to carry off from roost old dove and young, trussed up in church, the cote, by me the kite. What do these priests mean praying folk to death on stormy afternoons, with Christmas close to wash our sins off nor require the rain? Violante gave my hand a timely squeeze, Madonna saved me from immodest speech. I kissed him and was quiet, being a bride. End of section 92. Section 93 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. When I saw nothing more, the next 3 weeks, of Guido, nor the church sees Christ, thought I. Nothing is changed, however, wine is wine, and water only water in our house. Nor did I see that ugly doctor since the cure of the illness. Just as I was cured, I am married. Neither scarecrow will return. 3 weeks I chuckled. How would Julia stare and Tecla smile and Tisbe laugh outright were it not impudent for brides to talk? Until one morning, as I sat and sang at the broidery frame alone in the chamber, loud voices, 2, 3 together, sobbings too, and my name, Guido, Paolo, flung like stones from each to the other. In I ran to see. There stood the very Guido and the priest with sly face, formal but nowise afraid, while Pietro seemed all red and angry, scarce able to stutter out his wrath in words. And this it was that made my mother sob, as he reproached her. "You have murdered us, me and yourself, and this our child beside." Then Guido interposed. "Murdered or not, be it enough your child is now my wife. I claim and come to take her." Paul put in, "Consider, kinsman, dare I term you so? What is the good of your sagacity except to counsel in a strait like this? I guarantee the parties man and wife, whether you like or loathe it, bless or ban. May spilt milk be put back within the bowl, the done thing undone? You it is we look for counsel to, you fitliest will advise, since milk, though spilt and spoilt, does marble good. Better we down on knees and scrub the floor than sigh, the waste would make a syllabub. Help us so turn disaster to account, so predispose the groom, he needs shall grace the bride with favour from the very first, not begin marriage an embittered man." He smiled, the game so wholly in his hands, while fast and faster sobbed Violante. "Ay, all of us murdered, past averting now! Oh, my sin, oh, my secret!" and such like. Then I began to half surmise the truth. Something had happened, low, mean, underhand, false, and my mother was to blame, and I to pity, whom all spoke of, none addressed. I was the chattel that had caused a crime. I stood mute. Those who tangled must untie the embroilment. Pietro cried, "Withdraw my child! She is not helpful to the sacrifice at this stage. Do you want the victim by while you discuss the value of her blood? For her sake I consent to hear you talk. Go, child, and pray God help the innocent." I did go and was praying God, when came Violante with eyes swollen and red enough, but movement on her mouth for make-believe matters were somehow getting right again. She bade me sit down by her side and hear. "You are too young and cannot understand. Nor did your father understand at first. I wished to benefit all three of us, and when he failed to take my meaning, why, I tried to have my way at unaware, obtained him the advantage he refused, as if I put before him wholesome food instead of broken victual. He finds change i' the viands, never cares to reason why, but falls to blaming me, would fling the plate from window, scandalise the neighbourhood, even while he smacks his lips. Men's way, my child. But either you have prayed him unperverse, or I have talked him back into his wits. And Paolo was a help in time of need. Guido, not much, my child, the way of men. A priest is more a woman than a man, and Paul did wonders to persuade. In short, yes, he was wrong, your father sees and says. My scheme was worth attempting, and bears fruit, gives you a husband and a noble name, a palace and no end of pleasant things. What do you care about a handsome youth? They are so volatile, and tease their wives. This is the kind of man to keep the house. We lose no daughter, gain a son, that's all. For 'tis arranged, we never separate, nor miss in our grey time of life the tints of hue that colour eve to match with morn. In good or ill, we share and share alike, and cast our lots into a common lap, and all three die together as we lived, only at Arezzo. That's a Tuscan town, not so large as this noisy Rome, no doubt, but older far and finer much, say folks, in a great palace, where you will be queen, know the Archbishop and the Governor, and we see homage done you ere we die. Therefore be good and pardon. Pardon what? You know things. I am very ignorant. All is right if only you will not cry. And so an end, because a blank begins from when, at the word, she kissed me hard and hot, and took me back to where my father leaned opposite Guido, who stood eyeing him as eyes the butcher the cast panting ox that feels his fate is come, nor struggles more, while Paul looked archly on, pricked brow at whiles with the pin-point as to punish triumph there, and said, "Count Guido, take your lawful wife until death part you." End of section 93. Section 94 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued. All sense is one blank, over and ended, a terrific dream. It is the good of dreams, so soon they go. Wake in a horror of heartbeats, you may. Cry, the dread thing will never from my thoughts. Still, a few daylight doses of plain life, cock-crow and sparrow chirp, or bleat and bell of goats that trot by, tinkling to be milked. And when you rub your eyes awake and wide, where is the harm o' the horror? Gone! So here. I know I wake, but from what? Blank, I say? This is the note of evil, for good lasts. Even when Don Celestine bade search and find, for your soul's sake, remember what is past, the better to forgive it. All in vain. What was fast getting indistinct before, vanished outright. By special grace, perhaps, between that first calm and this last 4 years vanish, 1/4 of my life, you know. I am held up, amid the nothingness, by 1 or 2 truths only. Thence I hang, and there I live, the rest is death or dream, all but those points of my support. I think of what I saw at Rome once in the square o' the Spaniards, opposite the Spanish house. There was a foreigner had trained a goat, a shuddering white woman of a beast, to climb up, stand straight on a pile of sticks put close, which gave the creature room enough. When she was settled there, he, one by one, took away all the sticks, left just the 4 whereon the little hoofs did really rest. There she kept firm, all underneath was air. So, what I hold by are my prayer to God, my hope, that came in answer to the prayer. Some hand would interpose and save me, hand which proved to be my friend's hand, and best bliss, that fancy which began so faint at first, that thrill of dawn's suffusion through my dark, which I perceive was promise of my child, the light his unborn face sent long before, God's way of breaking the good news to flesh. That is all left now of those 4 bad years. Don Celestine urged, "But remember more! Other men's faults may help me find your own. I need the cruelty exposed, explained, or how can I advise you to forgive?" He thought I could not properly forgive unless I ceased forgetting, which is true, for, bringing back reluctantly to mind my husband's treatment of me, by a light that's later than my lifetime, I review and comprehend much and imagine more, and have but little to forgive at last. For now, be fair and say, is it not true he was ill-used and cheated of his hope to get enriched by marriage? Marriage gave me and no money, broke the compact so. He had a right to ask me on those terms, as Pietro and Violante to declare they would not give me. So the bargain stood. They broke it, and he felt himself aggrieved, became unkind with me to punish them. They said 'twas he began deception first, nor, in one point whereto he pledged himself, kept promise. What of that? Suppose it were? Echoes die off, scarcely reverberate forever. Why should ill keep echoing ill, and never let our ears have done with noise? Then my poor parents took the violent way to thwart him. He must needs retaliate. Wrong, wrong, and all wrong. Better say, all blind. As I myself was, that is sure. Who else had understood the mystery? For his wife was bound in some sort to help somehow there. It seems as if I might have interposed, blunted the edge of their resentment so, since he vexed me because they first vexed him. I will entreat them to desist, submit, give him the money and be poor in peace. Certainly not go tell the world, perhaps he will grow quiet with his gains. Yes, say something to this effect and you do well. But then you have to see first, I was blind. That is the fruit of all such wormy ways. the indirect, the unapproved of God. You cannot find their author's end and aim, not even to substitute your good for bad, your open for the irregular. You stand stupefied, profitless, as cower sheep that miss a man's mind, anger him just twice by trial at repairing the first fault. Thus, when he blamed me, "You are a coquette, a lure owl posturing to attract birds. You look love lures at theatre and church, in walk, at window." That, I knew, was false. But why he charged me falsely, whither sought to drive me by such charge, how could I know? So, unaware, I only made things worse. I tried to soothe him by abjuring walk, window, church, theatre, for good and all, as if he had been in earnest. That, you know, was nothing like the object of his charge. Yes, when I got my maid to supplicate the priest, whose name she read when she would read those faint false letters I was forced to hear though I could read no word of, he should cease writing. Nay, if he minded prayer of mine, cease from so much as even pass the street whereon our house looked. In my ignorance I was just thwarting Guido's true intent, which was to bring about a wicked change of sport to earnest, tempt a thoughtless man to write indeed, and pass the house, and more, till both of us were taken in a crime. He ought not to have wished me thus act lies, simulate folly, but, wrong or right the wish, I failed to apprehend its drift. How plain it follows! If I fell into such fault, he also may have overreached the mark, made mistake, by perversity of brain, in the whole sad strange plot. This same intrigue to make me and my friend unself ourselves, be other man and woman than we were. Think it out, you who have the time. For me, I cannot say less, more I will not say. Leave it to God to cover and undo. Only my dullness should not prove too much, not prove that in a certain other point wherein my husband blamed me, and you blame, if I interpret smiles and shakes of head, I was dull too. Oh, if I dared but speak! Must I speak? I am blamed that I forwent away to make my husband's favour come. That is true. I was firm, withstood, refused. Women as you are, how can I find the words? End of section 94. Section 95 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. I felt there was just one thing Guido claimed I had no right to give nor he to take. We being in estrangement, soul from soul, till, when I sought help, the Archbishop smiled, inquiring into privacies of life, said I was blamable. He stands for God, nowise entitled to exemption there. Then I obeyed, as surely had obeyed were the injunction, since your husband bids, swallow the burning coal he proffers you. But I did wrong, and he gave wrong advice, though he were thrice Archbishop. That I know. Now I have got to die and see things clear. Remember, I was barely 12 years old, a child at marriage. I was let alone for weeks, I told you, lived my child life still even at Arezzo, when I woke and found first. But I need not think of that again. Over and ended. Try and take the sense of what I signify, if it must be so. After the first, my husband, for hate's sake, said one eve, when the simpler cruelty seemed somewhat dull at edge and fit to bear, "We have been man and wife 6 months almost. How long is this your comedy to last? Go this night to my chamber, not your own." At which word I did rush, most true the charge, and gain the Archbishop's house. He stands for God. And fall upon my knees and clasp his feet, praying him hinder what my estranged soul refused to bear, though patient of the rest. "Place me within a convent," I implored. "Let me henceforward lead the virgin life you praise in her you bid me imitate." What did he answer?
"Folly of ignorance. No, daughter, circumstances make or mar virginity. 'Tis virtue or 'tis vice. That which was glory in the Mother of God had been, for instance, damnable in Eve, created to be mother of mankind. Had Eve, in answer to her Maker's speech, 'Be fruitful, multiply, replenish earth,' pouted, 'But I choose rather to remain single,' why, she had spared herself forthwith further probation by the apple and snake, been pushed straight out of paradise. For see, if motherhood be qualified impure, I catch you making God command Eve's sin. A blasphemy so like these Molinists, I must suspect you dip into their books."
Then he pursued,
"'Twas in your covenant."
"No, there my husband never used deceit. He never did by speech nor act imply, because of our soul's yearning, that we meet and mix in soul through flesh, which yours and mine wear and impress, and make their visible selves: all which means, for the love of you and me, let us become one flesh, being one soul." He only stipulated for the wealth, honest so far, but when he spoke as plain, dreadfully honest also, since our souls stand each from each, a whole world's width between, give me the fleshy vesture I can reach and rend and live just fit for hell to burn. Why, in God's name, for Guido's soul's own sake imperilled by polluting mine, I say I did resist. Would I had overcome! My heart died out at the Archbishop's smile. It seemed so stale and worn away o' the world, as though 'twere nature frowning. Here is spring, the sun shines as he shone at Adam's fall. The earth requires that warmth reach everywhere. What, must your patch of snow be saved forsooth because you rather fancy snow than flowers? Something in this style he began with me. Last he said, savagely for a good man,
"This explains why you call your husband harsh. Harsh to you, harsh to whom you love, God's bread. The poor Count has to manage a mere child whose parents leave untaught the simplest things their duty was and privilege to teach. good wives, instruction, gossips, lore. They laugh and leave the Count the task, or leave it me.
Then I resolved to tell a frightful thing. I am not ignorant, know what I say, declaring this is sought for hate, not love. Sir, you may hear things like Almighty God. I tell you that my housemate, yes, the priest, my husband's brother, Canon Girolamo, has taught me what depraved and misnamed love means, and what outward signs denote the sin, for he solicits me and says he loves the idle young priest with naught else to do. My husband sees this, knows this, and lets be. Is it your counsel I bear this beside?
More scandal, and against a priest this time. What? 'Tis the canon now?
Less snappishly.
Rise up, my child, for such a child you are. The rod were too advanced a punishment. Let's try the honeyed cake. A parable. Without a parable spake he not to them. There was a ripe, round, long, black, toothsome fruit, even a flower fig, the prime boast of May, and to the tree said, either the spirit of the fig, or, if we bring in men, the gardener, Archbishop of the orchard. Had I time to try o' the two which fits in best, indeed it might be the Creator's self, but then the tree should bear an apple, I suppose. Well, anyhow, one with authority said, ripe fig, burst skin, regale the fig pecker, the bird whereof thou art a perquisite. Nay, with a flounce, replied the restive fig, I much prefer to keep my pulp myself. He may go breakfastless and dinnerless, supperless of one crimson seed for me. So back she flopped into her bunch of leaves. He flew off, left her, did the natural lord. And lo, 300,000 bees and wasps found her out, feasted on her to the shuck. Such gain the figs that gave its bird no bite. The moral: fools elude their proper lot, tempt other fools, get ruined all alike. Therefore, go home, embrace your husband quick, which, if his canon brother chance to see, he will the sooner back to book again. End of section 95. Section 96 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia continued.
So home I did go. So the worst befell. So I had proof the Archbishop was just man, and hardly that, and certainly no more. For, miserable consequence to me, my husband's hatred waxed nor waned at all. His brother's boldness grew effrontery soon, and my last stay and comfort in myself was forced from me. Henceforth I looked to God only, nor cared my desecrated soul should have fair walls, gay windows for the world. God's glimmer that came through the ruined top was witness why all lights were quenched inside. Henceforth I asked God counsel, not mankind. So, when I made the effort, saved myself, they said, "No care to save appearance here! How cynic, when how wanton were enough!" Adding, it all came of my mother's life, my own real mother, whom I never knew, who did wrong if she needs must have done wrong. through being all her life, not my 4 years, at mercy of the hateful. Every beast of the field was wont to break that fountain fence, trample the silver into mud so murk heaven could not find itself reflected there. Now they cry, out on her who, plashy pool, bequeathed turbidity and bitterness to the daughter stream where Guido dipped and drank. Well, since she had to bear this brand, let me. The rather do I understand her now, from my experience of what hate calls love. Much love might be in what their love called hate. If she sold, what they call sold, me her child, I shall believe she hoped in her poor heart that I at least might try be good and pure, begin to live untempted, not go doomed and done with ere once found in fault as she. Oh, and my mother, it all came to this. Why should I trust those that speak ill of you, when I mistrust who speaks even well of them? Why, since all bound to do me good did harm, may not you, seeming as you harmed me most, have meant to do most good, and feed your child from bramble bush, whom not one orchard tree but drew back bough from, nor let one fruit fall? This it was for you sacrificed your babe? Gained just this, giving your heart's hope away as I might give mine, loving it as you, if... But that never could be asked of me. There, enough. I have my support again the knowledge that my babe was, is, will be mine only. Him by death I give outright to God, without a further care, but not to any parent in the world. So to be safe, why is it we repine? What guardianship were safer could we choose? All human plans and projects come to naught. My life, and what I know of other lives, prove that. No plan nor project, God shall care. And now you are not tired? How patient then all of you! Oh yes, patient this long while listening and understanding, I am sure. 4 days ago, when I was sound and well and like to live, no one would understand. People were kind, but smiled, and what of him your friend whose tonsure the rich dark brown hides? There, your lover, do we dream he was? A priest too, never were such naughtiness. Still, he thinks many a long think, never fear, after the shy pale lady lays so light for a moment in his arms, the lucky one, and so on. Wherefore should I blame you much? So we are made, such difference in minds, such difference too in eyes that see the minds. That man you misinterpret and misprize. The glory of his nature, I had thought, shot itself out in white light, blazed the truth through every atom of his act with me. Yet where I point you, through the crystal shrine, purity in quintessence, one dew drop, you all descry a spider in the midst. One says, the head of it is plain to see, and one, they are the feet by which I judge. All say, those films were spun by nothing else. Then I must lay my babe away with God, nor think of him again for gratitude. Yes, my last breath shall wholly spend itself in one attempt more to disperse the stain, the mist from other breath fond mouths have made about a lustrous and pellucid soul, so that, when I am gone, but sorrow stays, and people need assurance in their doubt if God yet have a servant, man a friend, the weak a saviour, and the vile a foe. Let him be present, by the name invoked, Giuseppe Maria Caponsacchi. There! Strength comes already with the utterance. I will remember once more for his sake the sorrow, for he lives and is belied. Could he be here, how he would speak for me! End of section 96. Section 97 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued. I had been miserable 3 drear years in that dread palace, and lay passive now, when I first learned there could be such a man. Thus it fell. I was at a public play, in the last days of Carnival last March, brought there I knew not why, but now know well. My husband put me where I sat, in front. Then, crouched down, breathed cold through me from behind. Stationed i' the shadow, none in front could see. I, it was, faced the stranger throng beneath, the crowd with upturned faces, eyes one stare, voices one buzz. I looked but to the stage whereon 2 lovers sang and interchanged "True life is only love, love only bliss. I love thee, thee I love." Then they embraced. I looked thence to the ceiling and the walls, over the crowd, those voices and those eyes. My thoughts went through the roof and out, to roam on wings of music, waft of measured words, set me down there, a happy child again, sure that tomorrow would be festa day, hearing my parents praise past festas more, and seeing they were old if I was young, yet wondering why they still would end discourse with "We must soon go, you abide your time," and "Might we haply see the proper friend "Throw his arm over you and make you safe?" Sudden I saw him. Into my lap there fell a foolish twist of comfits, broke my dream and brought me from the air and laid me low. As ruined as the soaring bee that's reached, so Pietro told me at the villa once, by the dust handful. There the comfits lay. I looked to see who flung them, and I faced this Caponsacchi, looking up in turn. Ere I could reason out why, I felt sure whoever flung them, his was not the hand. Up rose the round face and good-natured grin of him who, in effect, had played the prank, from covert close beside the earnest face, fat waggish Conti, friend of all the world. He was my husband's cousin, privileged to throw the thing. The other, silent, grave, solemn almost, saw me as I saw him. There is a psalm Don Celestine recites, "Had I a dove's wings, how I fain would flee!" The psalm runs not, I hope, I pray, for wings, not, if wings fall from heaven, I fix them fast. Simply, how good it were to fly and rest, have hope now, and one day expect content. How well to do what I shall never do! So I said, had there been a man like that, to lift me with his strength out of all strife into the calm, how I could fly and rest. I have a keeper in the garden here whose sole employment is to strike me low if ever I, for solace, seek the sun. Life means with me successful feigning death, lying stone-like, eluding notice so, foregoing here the turf and there the sky. Suppose that man had been instead of this. Presently Conti laughed into my ear, had tripped up to the raised place where I sat.
Cousin, I flung them brutishly and hard, because you must be hurt, to look austere as Caponsacchi yonder, my tall friend a-gazing now. Ah, Guido, you so close! Keep on your knees, do! Beg her to forgive, my cornet battered like a cannon ball. Goodbye, I'm gone.
Nor waited the reply. That night at supper, out my husband broke. Why was that throwing, that buffoonery? Do you think I am your dupe? What man would dare throw comfits in a stranger lady's lap? 'Twas knowledge of you bred such insolence in Caponsacchi. He dared shoot the bolt, using that Conti for his stalking horse. How could you see him this once and no more, when he is always haunting hereabout at the street corner or the palace side, publishing my shame and your impudence? You are a wanton, I a dupe, you think? O Christ, what hinders that I kill her quick? Whereat he drew his sword and feigned a thrust. All this, now, being not so strange to me, used to such misconception day by day and broken in to bear, I bore, this time, more quietly than woman should perhaps, repeated the mere truth and held my tongue. Then he said, "Since you play the ignorant, I shall instruct you. This amour, commenced or finished or midway in act, all's one. 'Tis the town talk, so my revenge shall be. Does he presume because he is a priest? I warn him that the sword I wear shall pink his lily-scented cassock through and through, next time I catch him underneath your eaves." But he had threatened with the sword so oft, and, after all, not kept his promise. All I said was, "Let God save the innocent! Moreover, death is far from a bad fate. I shall go pray for you and me, not him." And then I looked to sleep, come death or, worse, life. So I slept.
End of section 97. Section 98 of The Ring and the Book by Robert Browning. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva, Chapter 7, Pompilia, continued.
There may have elapsed a week when Margherita, called my waiting maid, whom it is said my husband found too fair, who stood and heard the charge and the reply, who never once would let the matter rest from that night forward, but rang changes still on this the thrust and that the shame, and how good cause for jealousy cures jealous fools. And what a paragon was this same priest she talked about, until I stopped my ears. She said, "A week is gone. You comb your hair, then go mope in a corner, cheek on palm, till night comes round again. So waste a week as if your husband menaced you in sport. Have not I some acquaintance with his tricks? Oh no, he did not stab the serving man who made and sang the rhymes about me once. For why? They sent him to the wars next day, nor poisoned he the foreigner, my friend, who wagered on the whiteness of my breast, the swarth skins of our city in dispute. For, though he paid me proper compliment, the Count well knew he was besotted with somebody else, as skin as black as ink, as all the town knew save my foreigner. He found and wedded presently. Why need better revenge? The Count asked. But what's here? A priest that does not fight and cannot wed, yet must be dealt with. If the Count took fire for the poor pastime of a minute, me, what were the conflagration for yourself, Countess and lady wife and all the rest? The priest will perish. You will grieve too late. So shall the city ladies' handsomest, frankest and liberalest gentlemen die for you. To appease a scurvy dog, hanging's too good for. Is there no escape? Were it not simple Christian charity to warn the priest be on his guard, save him assured death, save yourself from causing it? I meet him in the street, give me a glove, a ring to show for token. Mum's the word. I answered, if you were as styled my maid, I would command you. As you are, you say my husband's intimate. Assist his wife who can do nothing but entreat be still. Even if you speak truth, and a crime is planned, leave help to God, as I am forced to do. There is no other course, or we should craze, seeing such evil with no human cure. Reflect that God, who makes the storm desist, can make an angry violent heart subside. Why should we venture teach him governance? Never address me on this subject more. Next night she said, but I went all the same. I saw your Caponsacchi in his house, and come back stuffed with news I must outpour. I told him, "Sir, my mistress is a stone. Why should you harm her for no good you get? For you do harm her, prowl about our place with the Count never distant half the street, lurking at every corner, would you look? 'Tis certain she has witched you with a spell. Are there not other beauties at your beck? We all know Donna this and Monna that die for a glance of yours. Yet here you gaze. Go make them grateful, leave the stone its cold." And he, oh, he turned first white, then red, and then to her behest I bow myself, whom I love with my body and my soul. Only a word i' the bowing. See, I write one little word, no harm to see or hear, then fear no further. This is what he wrote. I know you cannot read, therefore let me. My idol! But I took it from her hand and tore it into shreds. Why join the rest to harm me? Have I ever done you wrong? People have told me 'tis you wrong myself. Let it suffice I either feel no wrong or else forgive it. Yet you turn my foe. The others hunt me and you throw a noose. She muttered, "Have your wilful way." I slept. Whereupon, no, I leave my husband out. It is not to do him more hurt I speak. Let it suffice, when misery was most, one day, I swooned and got a respite so. She stooped as I was slowly coming to, this Margherita ever on my trace, and whispered, "Caponsacchi!" If I drowned, but woke afloat i' the wave with upturned eyes, and found their first sight was a star, I turned, for the first time I let her have her will, heard passively. The imposthume at such head, one touch, one lancet puncture would relieve. And still no glance the good physician's way Who rids you of the torment in a trice. Still he writes letters you refuse to hear. He may prevent your husband, kill himself, So desperate and all fordone is he. Just hear the pretty verse he made to-day, A sonnet from Mirtillo, peerless fair. All poetry is difficult to read. The sense of it is, anyhow, he seeks leave to contrive you an escape from hell, and for that purpose asks an interview. I can write, I can grant it in your name. Or, what is better, lead you to his house. Your husband dashes you against the stones. This man would place each fragment in a shrine. You hate him, love your husband. End of section 98.